Thank you, the leader of the proceedings, for this opportunity you offered me. Kantu mwene wita tate Filimon shumbwa shanangolo mkwanirwa wetu nkurugo naro kwatire ngere watha ohiairi kokanona onkuruntu eikape tangisho ndape ohia morwe. To His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob and Mrs. Geingos, to all government and traditional leaders, and all invited guests here present, let me respect the protocol that has already been established. In the grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, in the love of God, and the fellowship of the Holy Spirit, be with us all today and forever. Amen. I am going to read two texts, one from Psalm 24, verse 1, and Leviticus chapter 26, from verse 1 to 7. Let me start with Psalm 24, verse 1. The earth is the Lord's, and all its fullness, the world and those who dwell therein. Leviticus 26, 1 to 7. You shall make for yourself no idols, and erect no graven image or pillar. And you shall not set up a figured stone in your land to bow down to them. For I am the Lord your God. You shall keep my Sabbaths and the references my sanctuary. I am the Lord. If you walk in my statutes and observe my commandments and do them, then I will give you your rains in their season, and the land shall yield its increase, and the trees of the field shall yield their fruits. And your threshing shall last to the time of vintage, and the vintage shall last to the time for sowing. And you shall eat your bread to the full, and dwell in your land securely. And I will give peace in the land, and you shall lie down, and no shall make you afraid. And I will remove evil beasts from the land, and the sword shall not go through your land. And you shall chase your enemies, and they shall fall before you by the sword. Tandilesha pisaro momirongo mbarinane overise otango oshowo Leviticus mirongo mbarina hamano overise otango sigo ontiheari. Tanditameke ni pisaro momirongo mbarinane overise yotango taiti. Uyu ni owomwa na shihe shoka shirimo. Evi ojomwa na ihenzoka iriko. Leviticus mirongo mbarina hamano overise otango sigonti heari otaitingei. Inamuiningira imenkanenge muidhikire yerekera. Ongu dhimanya nenge omamanya gahongwa mugatsirongoro ngame omwakarunga keni. Dhigine nyene sabati janje ne muri simaneke harampoka handi simanekerwa ongame omwa. Ngere otamwende paipango yanje tamvulika kwa mautho ganje otandi murokithira mvura pethimbo jopara opweviri menitheija no mitithi mi mati. Ija eni oteikani ngao injino tamukayungura ija sigope thimbo jokurikoro manjembere no tankarikoro manjembere sigope thimbo jokukuna ija. Tankamona kuja kwa wanapo no tamkakara muno mbiri moshirongo. Otandi mpombiri mevijeni no tamkakotha mwana maharutho gasha. Tandike mangurura mi ponga irikama moshirongo. Nuita kukakarawe eita. Otanka sinda atondieni. God is closely involved with all that happens upon his land. These verses, along with others in the Bible, tell us that everything, including men and the land, belongs to the Lord. Since this is the case, I consider human beings to be the custodians of what God has entrusted to him. This means that human beings must seek God's will in all his activities because he is ultimately accountable to God for how he used everything he has received from God, including his own life. So, if the land belongs to the Lord, no one has the right to kill or to colonize another human being, or to confiscate land from the legitimate owner and claim it as his or her own in an unethical manner. We learn from the scripture that we are given a steward responsibility over our properties and the properties of others. In our case, we have been given stewardship of God's property. This stewardship may be lost, hidden, or stolen from God's original purpose by decisions made concerning the sphere of influence God has entrusted to us. These enacted decisions, even from those given stewardship in previous generations, can cause our land to be defiled or subject to a cycle of desolation. But this was also the case to one of the German Chancellor, Otto von Bismarck of Deutschland in Europe. According to the historian Patricia Margaret Hayes, in her book, A History of Ovawambo of Namibia between 1880 and 1935, shows that there were strong separated external forces that caused greater influence among the Ovawambo societies. These are merchant capital and colonial ruler. The German government of that time started to know the Namibian land through some of the European merchants like Diogesau and Bartholomew Dias. It is true Namibia was proclaimed as a German protectorate in 1884. However, the intention of German Chancellor of that time, Otto von Bismarck, was to bring the African population, including Namibian people, under German authority in a diplomacy way, through friendship and protection treaties. But the main aim of the German again is that for that time is to take the land from the Namibia dwellers. This was proven through the report of Captain Francois in April 1891 in Berlin, when he reports that, I quote, "There is a plenty of free land for the settlers between Orange and the Kunene rivers," end of the quote. Thus, in April 1884, Chancellor Bismarck sent a telegram to the German consul in Cape Town to let him know that the pieces of the coastal region of southwestern Africa were under the protection of the German Empire. This influenced German government to establish German authority in Namaland and Hereroland, then proceed from the south to the Ovambo land. This happened during the reign of the King Kambode and Nehale Yampingana, ruling the Ondonga kingdom. According to the Mariti Rautanen in Akambare, when the King Kambode Mpingana heard about the Ovaherero uprising and the command ship chief Samuel Maharero, the fear among the Ovandonga has also started that the Germans will soon take their land too. At the end of 1894, King Kambode had visited Nakambare to ask him about these political issues and his wonder of seeing the heathen king from German not obeying God's word. King Kambode asked Nakambare the following question: "The Lord has said, you shall not convert your neighbor's properties? King Kambode asked this question when noticing how badly German took away the Herero and the Nama land. Consequently, government of that time want to make themselves rich by taking away our land and even to kill our forefathers and foremothers. Dear fellow Namibians, we are gathering here today to remember the war at Namutoni, in which our king Nehale Jampingana of Ondonga in Oshitambi take very aggressive step to be a steward of his mother and father's land and to defend it from the enemies. This action was taken to repair the breach between God and his people and their land, thus become one of the pioneers' attempt to fight for the liberation of our land. Dear fellow Namibians, let us remember that God has created the earth to reflect his characters and love. As we partner with him in redeemed stewardship, we find 7 promises of blessing listed in Leviticus 26, 4-10. Number 1, ecological health. 2, economical health. 3, personal security, civil security, international security, honor and growth, innovation and creativity. When sin is dealt with and the land is healed, not only do we experience these 7 areas of redeemed stewardship upon the land, but we release communities, cities, and nations to foretaste the goodness of heaven where we are here still on the earth. Therefore, the earth is the only property each one of us have that help him or her to enjoy life. Thanks be to our kings of the time, like ukwambine kumboja kandenge, ukwanyama meshipandeka shashaningika, Ondonga Nehale and the Kambode Mpingana, and all the kings from Nama and Here for not allowing the foreigners, colonizers of that time to take away all our land, our inheritance, our pride. Let us give thanks to our heroes and heroines for not allowing us to be placed under the table of rich colonizers like Lazarus, to fend ourselves with leftovers that fall from their tables. Let us remember that after the war at Namutoni, King Nehale, he made precautions for the expected German revenge by building a ramparts or hote around his palace. So let us follow our forefathers' role to protect and keep our land and to stop all effects of poverty, abuse of power, income inequalities, sickness, violence, racism, nationalism, imperialism, and sexism. Let us follow the policies and methods of our government have in place that help us to save our land. Let every Namibian to be good steward in keeping and protecting our land from any form of slavery, exploitation, and stealing. Remember, unity is the mother of every type of victory we strive for. Let's all together, the government, the church, and all non-government organizations try to remove all desolation from the land. Then God will fulfill what he promised in Ezekiel 36, 37-38, that says, I will increase their men like a frog. This is the extraordinary promise of God. Coinciding with the restoration of God's favor is the removal of whatever had burdened the inhabitants from Christ's glory. The earth is of the Lord, and everything in it, the world, and all who live in it. We Ndongas have inherited our unity slogan, all mottos that Ondonga opoteikara, sigondongorondongo, which literally means Ondonga will last forever. Let us remember that alcoholics, the loss of parental guidance and care, puerile children, abortion and child neglecting, gender-based violence, theft, children dropping out of school, disunity, tribalism, disobedience from the government and traditional laws, disobedience of God's commandments, will not help us and help Ondonga to last forever. So let every Ndonga, every Namibian realize that this is their territory. We must safeguard, protect, and pray for our motherland against any harm and danger, disunity and war, conflict and its enemy. Let us once again unite to build our nation fortification and by meeting hunger, environmental destruction, tribalism, competitiveness, and divisiveness. Let us use agriculture and farming to fight poverty on our land. God promised to heal our land when the issues of defilement are dealt with by his people. Let us be good stewards by participating in Christ's ministry of reconciliation, the healing of broken relationships, as well as following Christ's commandment to love the unloved and unlovable and to pray for our enemies. Let us pray. Karunga tate onanti mahenda wetu kongareke mpaka twarandura ompavi dho tate kuru yaripe harandika nombizi dhao dhatika midhimba dhimwe dhafumvikwa mpaka twarandura ohore yao yokuhore vindika weritupe tatu kuindire karunga ketu mokungundumana kwetu kare mokati ketu ngashwetu vanekere mohapudho japuki kuchampokata pukongarari nenge ya tatu medhina joyo tokara pamwe nayo irokare pamwe natse tatu kugajere harandika nironga ihete ikarongwa mpaka isimane kite dhina joye tatu kugarikana karunga ketutsikiro kugameno shirongo shetu Namibia ushikareke mombiri no mukumwe kuthamo ndumbo no matopoko kuthamo ashike shokata shitwimbi tukare no mbiri mo shitunda shika sirohenda jo mwana ritukarere yombiri yo mwana iturere muredhina jo jasimana no moromo Jesus Christus tuvira. Amen.
Thank you, Dr. Haufiku, Reverend Haufiku, for the word of wisdom. Indeed, ladies and gentlemen, we are standing on a sacred place. It is estimated that around 400 to 500 people died around this area in the battle of Antoni Jomanenge. I'm sure, like Proverbs 21:30 said, there is no wisdom, no plan can succeed against God. It is because God allowed for this to take place. We are therefore grateful that we are blessed in our gathering today. May I now call the Chairperson of Ondonga Traditional Authority, Mr. John Walenga, to come and welcome all of us here. Mr. Walenga?
Thank you very much, Madam Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Dr. Hage Geingob, Tatongwa Nirwa, Ezimojawa, Anyekadi yetu, o Minister Elimokati ketu, na tuhe ahiwa, Omarenga gonkwanirwa ogemutambako tatonkwanirwa kwati natuvenyu ugumbo shotpathike ni peharandikane nampaka tatonkwanirwa kwati she nandilongwere kucha Ondonga kaishi ompopi werakajoshindonga Ondonga akali mwaehe yomoshito porwa Ondonga. Eraka ndiho popi ngeuli mondonga kuchio wazi penyo ntiriga nomrude nambe ashunga shawi ya dauli mondonga ongwe Ondonga. Meaning Ondonga is not a language. The Ondonga is a traditional community. Whoever finds him or herself within Ondonga district as gazetted, you are Ondonga. Many of us come from faraway places. We are told some of them came from the Great Lakes, and we find ourselves in this area, and is gazetted as Ondonga. Tate Unkwanirwa also asked me to inform you that Ondonga has got over 700 omikunda. Those are words. Tate Unkwanirwa also made it a point today that all of us, and he directed, should wear traditional attires. But he made one exception. You know the exception, eh? You seem to know what the exception is. Tatonkwanirwa directed that I should not put on a traditional attire. Kwati nandikalere po onguo. The only mistake I made, because it's the first time I'm representing that community of Onguo, inande terokara piko kusetonga ku. Inimai hipe tatwende tatuirongo. Tatonkwanirwa also asked me to inform the gathering kucha mondonga Unkwanirwa shawati tatonkwanirwa. Yani wangini yatumburwa kedina. Meaning if you say tate Unkwanirwa, you don't mention his name traditionally. Tatonkwanirwa also asked me to remind ourselves that omnyekadi ohakuti waje oyithanwa ngini akuti memonyekadi hasho. He also asked me to remind ourselves that awagona within the 11 districts, there are 2 districts that represent the royal family. And those districts are headed, in this case, today, Kokuku Yeliali. And it so happened that all of them are Kurukadi. O Kukumbono, in Ondonga Setapa, they are referred to Oje, Mangino Tumburedina Jotum Otingini, Ohoti Kukuwashamba. Kukuwashamba, Nandipisa Nita Usikamantu Yekumonemano. She is one of the people representing the royal family. heading one of the district kutumba kukwanja ya onduete kucha muhe omwete kuchondo parashidi inamninganu epuko tatongwanirwa muche ngendilipo nenge muweteje muithanenje tate ndo tatutingini omalenga githona ngini omalenga o tate kuru otujeni pamwe keshitate kapunerenga halithanwa tate mondonga omunara tate gumwe yoje ngono kandi movite nawa kamunakuru kadishira muka kwetu omunara gumwopu huepo shoka huepo oshoshoka patambiwiko kutatonkwanirwa nereroje yene tatonkwanirwa okwathigirwa uthiga umwe omuthiga mondonga ihe shotulimo omunerenga limwe enene ojanerenga jonkwanirwa enene mondonga erengenene mondonga jonkwanirwa tate onkwanirwe disigurura kuina kuru erenga hage gengob umwali gorangano mwapandurangao opieta nkaza potanti ote kampeina te kongo nkunda hasho tatu popi figurwa nima no minima ifigurwa nima imwembi no shironga ndishishi no ndalipo tatonkwanirwa tarombwerwa kuna kusakwina kuru okwathigirwa kucha ejaro janje nongere karungo kweshipitike ndikarepo kwa mtuni jomanenge na puturwe endidhiriko jemanya ya tupandure nyoshiri tushonkwanirwa tunonkwanirwa eshikuthigirwa inima nima ithigirwa nima eteiwanithapo noshimwe shinene shilikomeho tatonkwanirwa athigirwa ondonga shitwakaleni ke umo nkwanirwa teamo ohea etadhiko mbaraye ashike tatonkwanirwe tutetekere no pondali shotarombwerwa okucha ondonga okuzampa na kusonkwanirwa tulike pevi tacho kuzampa na ikale yinombara yao tatonkwanirwa ne nguteturere yeishitha nombara ohati o university mo university mono omotsea mwetapitira twa mwano nashona tatonkwanirwa shitarombwere tatonkwanirwa nakusa tarombwere tateshumbwa otati mo university njitokatunga namo namukaze antu yeno katulonzapo dilipo mbada unkeno shibwana shagunjuka o university njono tatonkwanirwa tati otaikapaturuka mule wethimbo ehupi Na ndipukuri ishesha takuti tatonkwanirwa na kaleno mwenyole. Shono moshiwambo moshindonga ashipopiwa ashike una tatonkwanirwa eri moshipundishe shokulera ngasheri ponga. Ino adonkwanirwa momangadengo tatonkwanirwa na kale no mwenyole. Ongere eri moshipundishe shokulera. Tangu neno mwiriki.
Matigo ndongo kwa thimbwa ko kana stuke kwa diete kambadara kun kwathera. Your Excellencies, sir, and all the invited guests, like you heard from our newly chairperson of the Ondonga Traditional Authority, you are indeed welcome. And he gave the message from the king very clear. Thank you so much, our chairperson. A round of applause for him. And especially for his new role, very, very important role. Give him another round of applause. And let's give also another round of applause for the king for empowering women. I'm also new today. First master of ceremony when there is a king and the president in the country, of the country here. So, indeed, you are welcome. Ando omwimbo tati omwaninga na washomwe, omwaninga na washomwe, omwaninga na washomwe, omwaninga na washomwe. We will continue with the program. And just in case the weather change, and especially when in this sacred land, you never know what our traditional spirit would tell us. I would therefore like to urge all the speakers from now onward to be as brief as they can be. Please. May I now call upon Honorable Governor of Oshikoto region to come and give us his opening remark. Honorable Penda Yandakolo, thank you. May you come and give us your opening remark.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings, Madam. Director of Proceedings, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Hage G. Gengov, President of the Republic of Namibia, and the First Lady. Onkwanira tate Oshilongo sha Ondonga, Oshomeme Onyekadi, Your Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Mbumba. Right Honorable Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia, Comrade Sarah Kuwongerwa Amadira, and the Tete Amadira. All cabinet ministers present here, members of parliament present, honorable regional governors, I recognize the presence of Governor of Hangwena, Oshana, Ochatonjuba, Kunene, and all the way from Erongo region. Tatekuru Ipumbu, the chairperson of Northern Traditional Authorities, service chiefs present here, Ezimo Jawa Ondonga, men and women in uniform, members of media, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the inhabitants of Oshikoto region, I would also like to welcome you all to this region, Oshikoto. Oshikoto is one of the 14 regions in the Republic of Namibia, named after the most prominent natural heritage, Lake Oshikoto. This region, Oshikoto, is demarcated into 11 constituencies, 3 local authorities, and the various organizations, agencies, and ministries. Oshikoto is only a region in northern part of the Republic of Namibia that encompasses mountains and the plains in the area of Tsumeb. This region, Oshikoto, is also known for its copper mine, situated in one of its vibrant towns called Tsumeb. Your Excellency, Comrade President, Unkwanirwa, fellow Namibians, agriculture is one of the key sectors in our region, Oshikoto. The northern part of the region is mostly engaged in subsistence farming in the communal area, whereas the southern part in the area of Tsumeb and Oshivero is blessed with underground water reservoirs, which make the region of Oshikoto to be a champion of fruits and vegetables production, as well as cattle rearing. The two areas have important cultural and historical links that the Ondonga people have extracted copper at Tsumeb since the earliest times to make rings and tools. And this region of Oshikoto is home to a Tosha National Park, where we are currently. The park is one of the famous tourist attraction areas, which offer tourists and other interested people to view wildlife and the beautiful Antoni plateau. So feel at home. Your Excellency, Comrade President, Unkwanirwa Tate, fellow Namibians, on this very important occasion of the commemoration for the Battle of Antoni, which took place on 28 January 1904, that is 118 years ago, at this place. To be specific, I would like to express my appreciation to the Unkwanirwa of Ondonga traditional community for recognizing the heroic feats of our fallen heroes. This was the point in time on which King Nehale thought and decided that no man has a right to fix the boundary of the march of a nation. No man has a right to say to his country, thus far shalt thou go, and no further. Your Excellency, Comrade President, Unkwanirwa, fellow Namibians, during that epoch, in the history of our country, Namibia, King Nehale Jampingana was already conscious of the fact that silence felt like a hammer made of feathers. It left holes in the shape of the sand of the sea. Like all other foreign heroes and heroines of our beloved country, Namibia, King Nehale Jampingana, together with his warriors, were alert that we will never know peace and stability in the world without balance. And we will never know balance without justice for all. Thus, I would like to urge all peace-loving Namibians to always remember the heroic deeds of the sons and the daughters of Namibia, such as Jacob Marenga, Captain Hendrik Wetboy, Samuel Maharero, Nehale Jampingana, Mandume Yandimfao, Ipumbuya Chirongo, and many others who dedicated their lives currently to the freedom and independence of our motherland in Namibia, for which we are proud of today. Therefore, the current and the future generations should take cognizance of the foundation laid by our forefathers, that no one else will build the country for us, and no one else will bring about balance and justice for all our people but ourselves. Let us wage the war of economic independence and build Namibia for a better future. Your Excellency, Comrade President, Unkwaniro Tate, fellow Namibians, in conclusion, I thank you all once again for your presence. And having mentioned this, I take this pride, with your permission, Comrade President, to declare this historic occasion officially open. United we stand, and long live the Republic of Namibia. I thank you.
Long live the Republic of Namibia, indeed. Thank you, Honorable Governor, for welcoming us in your region and for also welcoming all the guests. Thank you so much. May I call, since we are in Oshikoto, may I call the group Haikum to come and give us one item. Haikum. May we please hurry up. I think they were just here. Haikum. If they are not ready, okay. May you please hurry up? Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for Haikum Traditional Group. In Oshikoto region, we celebrate cultural diversity. I was just afraid that the Minister of Environment might have been offended since we are in the national park, but I think he will understand that this is our ancestors. May I now call my co-directors of ceremony, the Secretary of Ondonga Traditional Authority, Tate France Enkali, to come and lead the program further on. Thank you. Before he comes, there is a car with registration number 80752. Your lights are on.
Yaro kandi siku chaige tetame konga etedengwa twarumbura kucha ngiro peno kwanirwa oya hithanwa tati de paifon dithamise tati ai ngai wansangara kakerempano tandikatsikirano programa yetu ngasia yaronge kidwa otandindire nesimaneko amuhemba tandikithana mupopto sikwaita osikwaita kuchini mihupi etaipu pethimbo sa simpano popari kutita iseketa payo sitenda tahi tumbura Nehale onzembo taitumbura mpingano nokutsikira no programa ndaha kuithana mpa tate kuru sharikamati teterepo onzo kono na paufupi onkwanirwa Nehale jampingano nokonima yasho otakukea kuku wakaliro tetapo oshinyandwa shimwe opo tukwatenye thimbo nao tangu nene.
Thank you very much, Director of Proceedings. Tate onkwanirwa mwenego makuya. Osho memonya kadi. Your Excellency, President of Namibia, Comrade Haki, you're welcome. The same with Tate Kurumbuka, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, with Meme Suski. And the other people who came here, I have to recognize. Sorry, I can't talk with this thing. Yeah. I have to recognize all the captain of the ship of the Namibian administration. And then I'm also acknowledge the presence of all the Namibians who came today. I'll be brief. I have to castrate my speech. As it's been alluded by the Director of Ceremony. But it will be, since I have to talk about history, then I think it will be having loose more being diluted. I start as thus. Yaro tangi ke pokururo mpono tanti tamekashi ke kucha otatu pandura shoma horoka pekara opotumpano pari pa konjerwa juekarandino o juekara ano osenda yu Congo wa kwanirwa Ondonga njono jaganjwa okutakamithwa ko haikumu mbaneri taimbi mpa opo yatona terejara o shoshani ngao mumvura ano evirimo maserongo inane mono mo pajoroka ano nejare atameke okushunitha irumbu paive otandi mujokere kaike kashona kucha nejare yampingana okwavarwa mumvura evirimwe omasereka hetatu no mirongo hamano na hetatu yetamano onjende evirimo maserongoi na hetatu kontananga Oshikoto region kuruntuye oyali ne tate pingana shimbu oyeje na ina okwali na mparawana ngobe ya ngashitusheni mo ja Afrika otuna omazimo pingana shimbu khene khale okwali onkusinda omanga ina na mparawana ngobe okwali onkwanikamba amwaina yanekhale oyonengashi osheri nambahu yakathindi o imene yakathindi onlumentu amnyera wampingana ya shimbu onkintu kambode kampingana imene yampingana nonkero yawo ano mtaleni wampingana nguno aseikanawa na ngudonene nejare okwajena maukwachage omaukwachage ogali gesike mpono shashinejare okwali ena ondunge nonkondo okwakara hazana nuno nukwao mbono wa heshi ano uwagona omunkunda tada nashike ya okuzane mpono Nehale okwakala ehole aantu ayehe yopashigwana. Shosho sheketitha ngao okwahokana aakulukadhi pamambo yeli 29 takugwedhwa ne omukulukadhi goshilumbu ngo athigwapo kaandoishi mpano pehala mpano athigwapo kaasolotati ya ndoishi itathigipo omukulukadhi wao ngono akwatwapo etafalwa akaninge onti 30 maakulukadhi ya Nehale. Motanzine uguru ene tavala leo opone akwatera mpa ya o paife omanga shini ngao Nehale okwaputukire shwakoko okwakala hai kombushe ku Nehale jamtenya ko Kantonge konihwa konaenia constituency. Umono opone akamona omanethemo ngono gaganjwa komarengo manene gonkwanirwa komarengo nene shaisho mpono kutya Ondonga upafa pali pahena erero yuka komeho onkene tate erengene mpinga na shimbu no nkulukadhi gwena mpara yakambadharo kulera Ondonga mangano na otakoko ashitambine omarenga nengono ukatsitsimike Nehale shweri kombushe kutya talahe ho ano ogoludindo no family ano ezimo ya kusinda ya kusindo yo kwihalire Ondonga utapeke ane honga inge akusinda yemukuthe kwa kanekamba onawa tonigiposha tetako shirongo shoe shawe shiteteko zota tukulandura tatukusapota umarenga ngono galine amomo gakatontoka shiwute shanjongoro ushona wanangura nduwe ushona ukule walungu. Ngaingei Nehale ushwaka gwinangao ukwikininga onkwanirwa go shitambi omanga kambode onkwanirwa gona mayongo. Nehale okwarwa omarugodhi patatu. Yotango rugodhi rotango orondono ano ateapo o Republica yali yomburu onkambakani dhari kwa Angola dho etadhi katarwa kontwaza ko South Africa natango gomburu gombizi mbali opwe akongere hara mo Namibia. Pononga ingei o Republica njono oyali ne pokati kantuni mpano twakutumba mpano sigo ohandia ya shanda ano kongaba za dontutu ya kaondeka ano Waterberg. Baife Nehale na kuitae okwakatukunkatu natango meyo virimwe omatherega hetatu no moyongo ngoinane okuteapo o Republica nji. Jono kweiteapo ne shono adipagapo ontote pigo Republica nji no Yorodana ngono adipagwa indipaga manga ali taiko karoko shashi Yorodana ngono kwakotokera opwirandere vindino kwakotokera nkwanira kambote kampingana arandehara omanga ihara njono jari mushirongo sha Nehale. Taluna tango iti yali onzono paturi paifengei. Popone twathikama mpono upakosa ombinzi ya antu yasira uwanawa wa Namibia mboya fumvikwa mpo. Popo ne tabuka sukurua konkwanirwa paife morwa ashi papitine omvurethere nonongo na hektato. Takarwa na tanguita nzono akawatera a mwaina ya herero koshodonjupa ko hamakari. Apekempo none karenga mpono. Kaline talwira antongo yo aeke okwali talwire omijo kwa dije da Namibia. O shikena na shetitha opo nekare jampingana aponokere Antoni. Shino otashi kwatathana no mapuro aluge no mambo tatulesha na antisho ta pupi kuchanekare ompidi onyona guri ya kena shani ngasha. Panotika ganjane omatompero ngono takakadima po madira droga gehenge okuzampa. Oshisasho tango oshono ano monvura evidi mweno masereka hita turuampono opali puna ombepo yukwita yita antu tapono kera sanashiki na nekare na yokwa igeina. Onomorontiari oshono a Europa tambo mboroka oyenji ya yamwe enkambakani ya karo evi yamwe akoronyekine ngashando ishi. Onomoronti ntatu ompono kucha opapono kera Antoni ano antumbano yaranda ehara mpano pokatika kantuni no shanda osho yaranda evina tango kanama huyakora ipota konkwanirwa nengo chifi Petrus Swartboy munone mo Namibia evi iharirando opojeni nge pojoe ngashi tatu monone mo Namibia ano mo sarama do dipindi umanga ne pavetanjo no ya Roma evi ari burukurande tariningi jengwe mwene nekare kwajero mpinge no shima hakane ngao natango tapuya natango ombepo yupa shiwana sho uvu aleri ya nama ya sindika kando ishi yoana moyo ya faeno kondo ukwakarane irongekida kuchanayo kwa khara kodengando ishi oshona tango onomoro ntano okwakhara kushunithonga badhe onga badhe ndi anga shinta popi kucha o Republic ya Pington yo yatsa ne Ondonga yo yatsa sigo kondutu ya kaunte kano ko Waterberg okonea ya okomanene dirato ya khara shoshone aponokera Antoni oshona tango okwakhara okumona okushuna ominadhi shachimekara nye jono otoituno omina uneno mina njia yera mwanzo matemo no makuya oyazirira oino mina mpia potavi opopuna kuihapo kuthiyera oshone nandi no dashomea no koshanda kwa bena bokuiha kuzoshiwero paifene kharantino shojarantu apo andonganeo ya dhika yukane hotaka kongane yera yao yastopa kuchae kharantino tuli ojetu twelirandako opone pazontamana nangu ye tatuke anena tango takara uva nenai kukumeke nande ya hedimbi kukwanyama nande ya hedimbi okwarukirwa okwaja arukira nekhare okanona nande nguno kwadhane nekhare tati kwa sanje upopirenje kanto ishi ye kukwanyama opoyeke tutudire a putu nekhare tati ne antwa kembono yazo ko Europa yashishiwa ondoshi ekupopire komputu yota ine ku Cambodia shwai ku Cambodia yote ditumu na kambari na kambare ta ku magida Cambodia kujata kamisa se Europa haturu tafonyushi Ethini manzo ya Nehale. Yes. Upone Nehale na matie ne mbono onja ide dimoda sirampono udaganja ne kuchae tupenine kakuja kende ya kakuja kende na yetu atere huno upotwe tukadenge ano tukashunise ando ishimba shono shani ngwane konkwanirwa ya kelengenene kamba heuzu osho kamba zimbi oyo yarombwere kucha Nehale na shunisa ando ishi oshiti hetatu oshono kucha ando ishi oyakara Nehale kwa juvite nai shono evitari kusa kwa shike annexation tari kusa kwa shike juga konos mono ando ishi atame okutunga ohote imwe yani mpono pokaondeka po Waterberg yatungirwa maharero ano okugamenwe ya dimwe tari tungwane koka ukweo ucho ompano pantuni oshanda paivene dinoda jahiko hote adwara ndenga inge odakatana urirwa ne tamukaramuna asorotati andoish ya yo asorotati andoish ne mbono oyakakara sigo pantuni nempa pekara ya antumba kwita yimbimpa oyo yari yakarerwa po yaturwa mironga ka kwanirwa Ondonga yakaita takamise harandi popo pakazwa ne ande shisho yapo yotaro potane kunekare kuchaye ande shoeta po onje potinji no ngopo no sara ma dijo dudongope donje podono de pampano no matemba die huya ko kukwanyama shashande sheya nyanyuko koroni o ikaronene Nehale te shuvune ye akarane akhara okukara ena ohoro dinji ni konjiso okwamono kuchaye ponga ingo shakwana tuyadhenge ya osho oshichasha hukune oshitilongo okuyurikanga opristi yakarenga viteko na washashi okwakarewe te kucha ando ishimbano teke yadhengara ngashadhengere karimo yo Republic ya Pingtonia upwekea ne ilanduri koni maita ilanduri oshilanduri shotango Nehale oyatotopo onhanga pamwe na herero makwaterwa chief Kamehudhu na chief Kambezimbi na nama yerirwepo ku Simon Coppers onduvu konwiri kimpana popi kucha opuno ntekuru kwa Simon Coppers ondari tandindirenga ku kwateri komekoko imando nsamane ngono empa tumone shashi ombira yahe ya inakuru oiriko Botswana yo ene kuita konjono Nehale mwete okatekuru ne ka Simon Coppers ngono ajaru kwa Oshikuro kandoishi ya ukuzane mpono o Simon Coppers na negumbo ja kandenge na chanika chana chirongo o shahula shamadira kompanja oya ganjo horo dinji ku Nehale Nehale taganya o kakambekita hakenderere Nehale taganya natango tarumbwere shahura ngono kwanira ko kompanja kuchaye irumbungero weya lombwera njara ndende kuwaterenga ndishi kuchirumba itengwa ngine oshona tango takara aninge umekumwe na himarwa ano koru kwangari osho kushikongo shipping mu kwa rudhi Panonga ingo ta mwono kuchane kare, kaja ashike tarwilo Ondonga yo aike. Watu popine kucha, Ondonga, oyantu arae. Kapuna Ondonga ngashita mwono pano kuchane kare kwa jena kurukadhi yo marudhi no marudhi. Umoye ngono ne afadhuka athikwa po kantoishi, ayuwa antoishi. Ta afadhuka hapo. Nkurukadhi ta kusata thikwa mpo. Yeta foro kune kare. Anone Ondonga, umuna omihokwa dije, se ongerero, te pupine pe kharajata te warenga, Ondonga, otwarandura ano omirandu ndito tithigura poko tate kurionale, ngashone khare. Shashantu mpa ya sirampono, kashantongo yo aeke. Ukuzane mpono na tango, usoshono kucha andoishi, oyatungu ondarate, njono yapita pokati koma heke, yuka mopotsana, ya turapo wino pa aherero mbea ya zimo hamakari ya agaru kere mwa Namibia mu. Yota tungu na tango ondarate njo. Ondarate njono ya kerera antu yokonotha anokoambo ya emu nande. Oshekenda shikomtsa, pweke ya unkisi, wimu na ngoa chorinda pes, me uviri mama serega heta tunomino ngongo ina hamano, mono Antoni atana uro etaningo quarantine. O quarantine amuku mudishi nkainge shopo yo uvumbu o corona. Mono mani kwa kuchantu ko ambu itakuziwa na tanko taenda gura, hango beta izuhia, haikuja ta izuhia, yuka mushimba. Oshima shono, oshone sigonen. Oshima shon taratesho, sigonen. Antu utamoni huna, Namibia jama nguruka, shashi utatu dhengerwa ngurwa shashi nekare kaja hara kuiusa kandosh. O nekaro kwata mekene ahero na namamba ya fadhu kapo ete ape ehara moshilongoshi. Ngashi poka riveva, poka naona thinge, aherelo ya tururu ambaye za kokarebebe. Oshote ape ne ya mweta aturane mo maa kwa shigwana ya Ondonga. Unane ombaimbai, ya mweta ape ane o malenga, ngashi ombaimbai, imbodi, o inakuruta ape wa namparano atekuru, ya turamo katika Antoni. Utunane okaruapa, utunana tango makamburi, bono aherelento. Ma ihene bono Ondonga na tango. Ya oshirine ngei kucha yo kwatinda opo ando shashando yemu indirando aganja herero mbona anama ya ewi yakate tomitse ngasho yako neharo kwatindi itacha itashinunga nande nata oshoneshe ngao okwali takonjere oshirongo ashike sha Namibia tangi shumapura kene yeno.
Yaro, ndai nduri ke kucha wakariro nete oshinyandwa sonotada na pamwe na no kaguru no timon kwa yana sikwere. Na tuendelele nye simbokari di pamwe nate just to request the cultural group Wakariro and Nashikwere to bring us one item only. Na tuendelee nyako, you are still young and let's move. twakara matamika I did it intentionally that I didn't thank Tate Shari Kamati when he just concluded what he was presenting. And that is what Omandengo used to pray. I wanted them to signify that. We are proceeding with the program at Tukatsikira no program at 20. Don't wait omake twaganje nikaishiku Tate Shari. Don't die in the Sota twaganje nomake kunehare jampingana ngono shotwa purikineni aja kwatakane ke anto aekware mo Namibia otempeningo omakehagwan. I thought we can give big hands to King Nehale Jampingana, not to Tate Shari, for the role he has played in the liberation of Namibia. Thank you. Otati indire tatangura anjebo tweterepo Eronge Kidojita, that Angura Njebo will come and give us the narration on the preparation of the war and the battle itself.
Comme presidente Goshirongo Shetu, Tatekuru Hage Gainigop, Kutate Onkwanirwa Ondonga, Umpevi presidente wa Namibia, tatekuru Nangoro Mbumba, nompirima wetu Meme Saraku Wongerwa Madhira, erengenene yu kwambi tatekuru Ndirimani, nakuruntwa muhe murimo, o protokolo shonditara yiringaka, ahiwa muhe, ondafika mampano, ndete erongekido yita na shosha ningirwe mpa, koni mayo mvura ethereno mlongo na hetatu. Okonima yomivo ethereno mlongo na hetatu, okuza mesi kweti milongo mbari na hetatu ga Januari, omvo euvrimu matherongo inane, shono kwari kuvika, ita ya Antoni yomanenge, omandengu gate onjuwe kuma. Nena njino twe okudhimburu kwa nokusimane kwa shiningwanima shopanjokono na moshitunda shondonga no mo Namibia ihe, shono shaningirwe mesiku yohera. Oyari etineko shiwike, monvongango ka euvrimu matherongo inane. Onkwanirwa Nehale yampinga na shimbu, okwarareke akuitae, yakadhenga zaizai, ando ishimbo uva yatunga Antoni yomanenge. Onkwanirwa omtingoi, kambonde kampinga na shoararo shirongo, ondenge Nehale oyaninge tokoro, itendeko shao. Ni chao mwene okwati, ngame otandi tendeko shanje oshitambi, kambonde na waneneko na maongo, ngame Nehale otetaro oshitambi, ndatokoranga Nehale. Wenji Ondonga mwakwaterwa na yamwe yomezimo jawa, oyari yewete Nehale eyo shipululu, omukorokoshi, ompiaganeki, omvundakanithi, norebere. Etompero kari eriwete, nonando enomeho, kari uviteko omakuso enanga, iheshito oyeshirongekidha nare, molwashi kehe shimwe tashiningwa meshito oshinetompero. Omushiti okwashiti Nehale nukwatya mboka, omnanyati, ihaatira, haningo matokolo gakinja, molwashi okwenhogolora, ekemtume akapopile oshitunda shohekulu no inakulu, Ondonga, shaningo ndombe omasita kazaizai. Omushiti okwatala Nehale oaike tavulu, shashi okwemlongekidha, okuza pevaro. Omushiti ineshi eta pethimbo lyonkwanirwa agurwe, itashiti oyari itavulu kushininga, ashike otashivulika pukale omaukwatya gawo gamwe, ganingithe ya heshivule. Onkwanirwa Nehale inathikama ashike esiku njoka talombwele omandengu kutya, natuthikameni tuyeni kwa Antoni yomanenge. Manga inakuthikwa komvo euvrimu matherongo inane, onkwanirwa Nehale okwapewa uuyelele wa tiligane yatunga kwa Antoni yomanenge, moshitambi nokaukweo. Okwatseyithile omukulu gwe, onkwanirwa Kambonde, nelalakano yimange kumbwe mokushunithako ando ishimboka. Onkwanirwa Kambonde inavula okuningasha, shashi okwaadhika eli mokati komanwethemo gomuhongi na Kampale, Martina Rautanena molukonda, ngono akala nokumika kaemo maipumo mumwe na tiligane. Onkwanirwa Nehale talongekidhane omalenga ge. Omandengu gakate onjugo yekuma kwa Antoni yomanenge. Pamwe oshalilo pehulilo lyomvo euvrimu matherongo inandatu, nenge pamwe petameko Januari gomvonga ngoka euvrimu matherongo inane, onkwanirwa Nehale atameke omitumba nomandengu, ogenji gashitambi na gamwe goko na maongo. Okwaningi etokolo okukadhenga azaizei yatungira kwa Antoni yomanenge. Akuita omandengugo nkwanirwa Nehale ya mpingana ya shimbu gari mita ongashi shivute shanjongoro onjai nokomanda yita. Ampanda wa shiponeni omukuluntu gondavi. Nampara wikukutu ya shikongo shakaruru nao kwari mundavi. Nampara wa momo natango mundavi. Ekakuja kende na karunde kanegongo omundavi. Omwari o ukure wa mlungu, upindi wa mlungu, shiweza sha mlungu, ni mbara ya nkandi, kanyemba, kandi ya kanyemba, kata ukakondo, mvura ya pindi, ngwari ya shimbi, ingumbu ya netzari, mborongonjo ekaku ya nunyango, na ukwari kundavi, angura ya shonkama, indongo ya shimana, shindondora shantinda, ushona wanangura, katiyoka ka angura, vovo ya namene, nanjigi ya kakoko. Namburiza amateta, ukwari o angura ya shekukara, ngonomerandu ethano aturamo nedina jomwana kathindika angura. Mzika wanui oya jomhikihia, ngwiriri oya kahomona, waraura umatingu ya hama tokonja ontapo doshiponga, mwandingi wanangura, ikukutu ya nanda, nampando itembu, kayoko kanegora, mwandingi wanangura, namawe gambwanja, kapewa kusiku omacha ambukire kukwaruwi, awene ya rukoro, ni ipinge iambo. Otatu popio nkwanirwa Nehale jampingana taronge kidha kuitae ya kadhenga Antoni yomanenge. Onkwanirwa otapopine yotisana ampande tate omiato inago gunitu ampande otamukura mwene wita ngamote kusagurongo nguya waza kushikongo shipinge shompulire oshoka omiangono go guno kakukura kakako kuro mwenyo opo yavuro kutushonopeka seta tutaraishewe konkwao ankwaya wanampongo nana kucha ya ketu monenepo. Ampanda okwari wete moshimpungu ndavi mwakinja onkene nae okulimo marongikido okushiripareka kucha otaye keshe enditha nawa okwa kutumbana na mpara wa momo ngono ari omtiyari we mundavi. Shikanyandi teti moshimpungu shitwaturwa shundavi oshakinja ano wakuthwa myaguni tu okotopura hono aye ngamonda kutha wanashi ya shakahima nguya goka ngwangwadhira gukea ngwangwaneke mbwesho kutakuma ohati I will take the one made from a tortoise skin, treat it with remains of scarly feathered finch, which caused confusion in order to confuse them. Anua, omya waza moshipa shohima, waya ekwanenge wasindi kwa momeya garumba kanithwa no matuthi goka ngwangwadhira, opo yaka emengwangwano ndiye dhigu. Njono teknoloji ne ya kuruntu, megumbo yimaro anangombe, egumbo rina fifitatsu, anua dhikota huhumino yana. Shongangi kakuno masiku gari nenge gatatu ampono, okufika mesiku eti 23 Januari, unkwanirwa na kuita ya imera yonjira, okuya kita kwa Antoni yomanenge. Oyambukane mombara mona enangaka. Ye endangata ataka no shitambi, okuendera poshi ya shoma topero ampo. Oya unge ontanda pomadhia gamtenya wanantinda. Pono, opo ihe ya figa onkwanirwa Nehale na gamenie, omanga a kuita tatsukile nonjira kukafika kwa Antoni yomanenge. Esiku yoyene. Esiku eti 23 Januari, omvwe uvili mweno mafero ngoi nane, njono jaje tinene koshivike, nena kwa pito omvura fereno 73. Omanga unkwanirwa Nehale afigara kontanda, moro ashonkwango enombwa haimwe na ikokwena, omandengu gafiki mwa Antoni yomanenge. Oya ya ninge wea, ya ninge para yonjamba. Oyazaka ne kapo omshimba anweri kongombe no kuzampo no kwa matuka tai kahonae no kwazi konero mbwero te arombwere kucha hono tati alikana mpano zipo endini mputamui o hapudho mshimba nande anuwa mtumwago mtei iha muimbore odhage ngwiri ni purawe komshimba nune komea oshima shaonukane kapena ompito ilwe onja ishivute enokuninga ya shiyo kurombwera omuhikihi ya mvika wanui hikohi ya mlumentu ndero paulu mompumbwe yo ando wishimohote nawe shiwete kucha mpea ae udhano womavi hao ulipo na shono kucha kapuna ya shota vuro kuninga naona na ikwatereko amati ya Nehale opo yari nempa oyari ya tulombunda moshihwa shashi oyara rekoina yekundure manyariwe ihina kutiwa mukatarenge tarigu oyararekwa ohote ya mtuni yomanenge naiteke inakutiwa mutarenge taiteka orugodhe rwasakara okomanda shivute shanjongoro aengeru uhoro shashi mondongu uhoro aumbwa kakuruntu shoaniwa sheumbithe onyanya inatu dhimbweni omiyadhao taraku komanda shivute shanjongoro takomande tangaje oyengwi pikiro nkunyae nomshira meke tende te wifunga ongati dhenge onzi otatakana muumbangarantu ohote tatapakana okuza mutokero athinda muziro taranduno kando wishi taishiningire tarakushivuta konde kwako hanga dhonjembo dhando wishi omanga ete dhipungurura nomshira wamangero igegeti yomivi dhompungurura nomakara gompegu siwakaninginako kena nande oshiveta shohanga dhonjembo dhando wishi manga ando wishi yari ipsakidira na shivute shanjongoro omandengu gamwe otagenderere gafike po pepinohote ashike otagajata kwa midhimba dha kwao na mpara wa momo mwandingi wanangura omo yari momanengengo ukure wa mlungu nangwiriri nguya homonene omshimba opo yari tanipuka mpo ohanga ikuti onjembo dha amati ya Nehale oyari taisheketa itenda taitumbura Nehale amati oyari tayumbo tinta onsi yatsima nomomea yamwe oyashipopi noshiteta yotati peo pwayo mandengu gambunya amati taerutho matondo orugodho rwayo rupsu oruima rwanu wamea yo Antoni yomanenge tarini kofunda nampara ontoromoni yoruketi nashiwaya shikanyandi omna wa momo wakatondoka okweshipondora aemo hotemera yopombanda okwadha monkintu enohanana nokutarera mekende oye amona ando wishita fadhukapo yathinda njia ashomea okwalimo apameka orusinolwe ategera ngotea inimo hainingwa ya kwetu mokurengarenga shikanyandi amonwanu wagumwe tinyengemo monkanjongo herarimo ando emneneko nanyo mkuruntu oyemwe ni mono mesipili ushiku chonkuruntu ni mona na remesipili yokwaningako Shiomi topero dhonjembo dhando ishi dhamwena akuita ya Nehale oshaka matukira mohote omoyadha na mpara wa momo amati ya Nehale oyari pongarangara po pwene omanga omtondi ali monguru tumbu tapitifire mekende ashikena mpongo okwari eagama karunga eapesindano nonande oyakanifiramo omwenyo njopwa anango teripataneke atondi afadhukapo meni johote omwayari asia oyafumvika omwahedha wayanadho shashimita amsiwa mohamle manwa yimba shikando shotango hairo anje ngere ndalemana pwini nanje wayafarera shiyauga komtondi omatemba ongombe na ilwe o omandengu gasiramita ya mtuni omuna ushona wanangura indongo ya shimana ukule wa mlungu omwahe yetasire pokati ipengi yiyambo kayoko kanegora angura ashonkama ni mbara nkandi na mawe gambwanja kandi ya kanyemba awene ya rukoro ngwiriri nguya homonene na opwa hurifira mpoka omandengu gazireko omwahe iho garuka angura ya shekukara gumwe gwa kuita ya mtuni yomanenge yazako hamekwa iho yakaruka etasikire monkara mwenyo kapeno marimbiliro otweya kudhimburu kwa mapenda furego tango tweyo kusimaneka ohilo dha Namibia otweyo kutumbareka apari njira ita ekonjero manguruko yoshilongo shetu mbayigidho shikando shotango tati tsukoloni na tuhara. Nena otweyo kwegulula emanya omonyumende onene hokwanyoro madhina gomapenda fure akuita Nehale Jampingana aihembo ya kuthilo mbinga mita ya Antoni yomanenge mesiku ndieti 23 Januari omvwe uvilimwe 1994 konima wa mivo 1973 dhapiti. Osho omshorondondondo wa kuita mbono yakanithira omwenyo dhao otushishi no tuitara kutya ombinzi yao inaitike pwanga sigo nena otaitekele ombili nemanguruko moshilongo shetu. Otwitara kutya omapenda furenga tapere kwa mshiti ogoga kanwethamo ohilo dha karandurako ohandimba toivo ya toivo onanyemba ya petusa nanyemba oyoni otona nkudhu mbono katu yana paife omwenye dha nadhivurukwe mombili ya ruhe. Otwitara kutya onyati yao ina iranda ihe oye ifigurura katetekeri yao omandengu omapenda furena akuita onkwanirwa Nehale Jampingana ashimbu onkene sigo nena oatuti Ondonga opotaikara.
Omake endigoro watu watujeni peni. Yaro, thank you very much. That Kuru Angura Zembo, I wanted to call upon that the Kuru Ruka Shawana to come to the podium and give an abridged resume of the 22 warriors that sacrificed their life at this very place. Briefly, let's respect time, please. There are still more to come.
Director of Ceremony, I'm going to stand on the protocol that has already been observed. Ondapuro nditange omapenda fure, ngonogarwa ita ya Nehale Jampingana. Itandike ya mana kwa ehe, tandi kuthakwara ya tatu. Ashikena nditamekenga na Nehale mwene. Nehale jandengu na nukongo gwanembungu na kaporongwe, omkairi gongoro inontuku, omkoli gombwa haijo nkwao, hairi na yekazi. Ngewentara wenkenyanana na yuwa na weta Kongo. Oshitiri ndisha nyanga sharani wandengu na nukongo gompazi hadi tirathana. Ojo makombo ya mpuguru waka Nehale yekurumata wazindi yekuthigiru uzigo wakontimo wako mwenyo. Omkhama wimo magege, onthia wimo makashara, womana anpengana. Ojo makombo ya ntareni yekuli otaishuna kokwena kwayo. Ararekero njaide shitunda sharuepo, shirongo shani ngombwaero. shara rweki irumbu meaga emondunda. Nehale jandengu nanu Kongo okanje komakombo kamtareni aenda pontana hairi naina kali japita monjo atinome taneno jomlamba wonjoi nonjira erarangali. Neharo nsezio makombo shoe shuvoyati uhuru wa neharo tankahiu Kongo koshana na nyotatu somkaga. Mukatopo mwavike tsarije ndero mborongo jota ithanwa yeye nerengaje ponto shivute shanjongoro. Neharo kwaro mkwero mandengu omarenga ngagali peke jamwene. Ampanda wa shiponeni na shivute shanjongoro na mpara wa momo na shindondora shantinda ukule wa nlungu no kata ukakondo. Mafatan kotherere pendukeni fikameni mukashuni irumbu kokule. Amtuni na tekepo mukata turohote no mamanya ushimba irumbu na itukare kokule. Otandiamu ampanda wa shiponeni. Ashombe shagonga ja simpi ampanda wongombe da fere vidafo mafo. Oshihandulisho nyara da hura poko kumba ominwe da tokokera monkanjayo mita Antoni. Openane hai imbi hati apakapende wali jafa ilipo oya hampanda mweno na imwandi hampanda ke muo kunendunge hampanda kemteteni kokapare pamwe dironena hampanda tapembu inatulia tetujarero mutuva fiwani ngokavanda akashama noishi. Hampanda tarombwerene Nehale tati mita kwa Antoni omuyangu tandikutha otekutha washiroro nguya waza kushirongo shipingo umpulire nguya uno kakakukura omwenyo shotatu dhenga Antoni pa yahwe komafifi omwaru goma ndengu wa nange omarenga ga Nehale pa pweporangulangu twa ninge pashona irumbu na yengene indere na ishuneko muno Ondonga tuli shivute shanjongoro apope wako nkwito nkwetu atetekere mpano otata ngwange onsezi okaparo kashona oshivute shanjongoro nekwamo tali mleme tali ningo shigongo tali mwimzo ondoke mwene nyaninge nkundundu na marundu ganja nkwane kamba omarundu gafu kurombutu kuno na kuta na wakangiri na mandongo dhodhimwe tae dhizike oshoro kotoshamtenya na shindindi shivute shanjongoro wanusi kuna shuma shivute shanu Kongo na mkakweno ntuku njongoro iwapa na nantenya shivute ni menene na kakangwa kohoro njongoro ngeri numbo haliri shivuta vingoro kwa kohoro afigongu onkudhu konjembo dhokita ya Antoni arare kwa kunehare shota afika mayae Nehale tati ngero mwamo nompere ngunima jafongara ngombe nengonzira dhonsa inamu yawe komeho garukirenike gumbo tukakonge nlilo gumwe tukakongo nguta imwe yekitsa moshikere onsa no ngara ngombe inashimshorolitha inashuna monima okwa kumiko matanga gakafike kwa Antoni takasa ya kaleko ana mwenyo tashuna kunehale. Ampanda washiponeni na nampando yitembu mokantanda konjodhi tanda dhirumbu ambuga tarongitha upule shivute shanjongori na shuna wemonima ngokata kasa nakase amwenyo ngutahupupo ingeshi hokorora shindondora shantinda omkengeri harondo nkambe inondapo na shirangu ya Nehale shivuga shandambo ombwayo nkongo ya ilimbia katere ohayare keshera inomangu iliko nungu taizi kwa Antoni mihengutienenge andonga ngetali tadhimbwa shindondora sharu ilwaya nyengwa shivuga shandambo nekithanwe onlumendo ajerenga jomita ya Nehale sezi hapo pilondonga yokita ya Antoni mokavya komanenge ita kangurunguru ya turati isakara shindondora anambeke kae kuhore au shingani Aushingani hongo otae kopopi, ta titare nyom na were ngombo ya taturo hambo monjira, ashike okwatike shegoya, shambapu na amyera na ashirua, amporo ya zire kwa Antoni aviheo havikandwa. Oda parutha endinjira ompitipo tapitipo, onligoma genitali, akurambara ronjira no mapora ganamishu, kena katundi nenda ye kena karongwi na hateme na mlilo. Shindondoro ye na jano. Ongwe da yontumbo ikombo ya vundo msheshe. Pwaringora na karimbo na kando wakimbiri. Da gonjo da deroro ochoru ningirino. Ongoro nonjamba omuziro. I thank you very much.
Iaro, natupandure tate shawana, tate kuru shawana, shwete terepo, itango, jo zaide tu dakarar. I have just expressed thanks to Tate Shawana for briefly giving us the abridged resume of the 22 warriors that sacrificed their life during this battle. The next point is the abridged summary of the whole battle, but this time around in English. Let us not go and say we don't understand. It's only about what we have already heard. And that one is entrusted upon Honorable Dr. Pea Musherenga, traditional counselor, historian, and Minister of Information, Communication, and Technology. And after Dr. Pea Musherenga have spoken, I won't come to the podium. My director will come and proceed as from there. Thank you very much, Dr. Pea Musherenga.
Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency Dr. Hage G. Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, Your Excellency the Vice President, Right Honorable Prime Minister, Tadonkwanirwa, Oshirongo Shandonga, I say all protocol observed. The legend behind the Battle of Antoni. The young prince Nehale Jampingana grew up not getting along well with his elder brother, Prince Kambonde Kampingana. When Prince Kambonde Kampingana was coronated as the king of Ondonga in 1884, his parents, Pingana Shimbu and Namparawa Nangombe, allocated Kambonde's younger brother, Nehale, a district at Utumbe to be located distantly from his brother. In 1986, Nehale decided to allocate himself the Oshitambi territory eastern of Ondonga, declaring himself as king, and left Kambonde to rule the Onamayongo territory western Ondonga. He maintained that, and I quote, "To take for yourself is better than to be given, and to rule yourself is better than to be ruled," unquote. It should be noted that Nehale was simply a no-nonsense man who did not want Ondonga to become what Awambo call a pond of urine. Earlier in April 1885, King Kambonde, with the manipulation of Finnish missionary Matti Rautanen, sold a portion of Ondonga, including a Toshapan, to William Jordan, an Afrikaner, to become the Republic of Upingtonia, but Chief Nehale defeated and killed William Jordan in the following year, 1886, and reclaimed the Ondonga territory. Some members of the royal family regarded Nehale as rebellious, troublesome, and hard-headed fellow. Little did they know that Mother Nature and divine powers preparing Ondonga's future that was in the offing. Imagine if a different personality was at the helm of the leadership at the beginning of the 20th century. He would have taken the wind out of the sail. Planning the battle. When the Germans built their military fort at Antoni Jomanenge, which was completed in 1903, the indomitable Chief Nehale resolved to take the bull by the horn. He was determined to level the intruders to the ground and make them bite the sand. Accordingly, he organized his warriors into a sophisticated formation comprising of the overall commander, the reconnaissance experts leading the scout teams, and skilled sharpshooters from the muskets, muzzleloaders, Martini-Henry rifles, and carbine detachments. You will see detailed descriptions of the names of the rifles in the fort as compiled by historian Dr. Lovisa Nampala, well known as Nakaleke, who hails from Onguta. In the previous year, Chief Nehale had communicated with the kings from other kingdoms, like Newumboja Kandenge of Ukwambi, Shanika Shana Shirongo of Nganjera, Edimbe of Ukwanyama, who provided warrior Walaula, and Shikongo Shipping of Ukwalodi, who sent him Kapuya Usiku, and some traditional spiritual power. When he assembled his senior traditional counselors, like Ampanda wa Shiponeni, Shivote Shanjongoro, and Nampara wa Momo, Chief Nehale made it clear that they should leave no stone unturned to dismantle the Namutoni fort. Ampanda and Nampala were responsible for traditional spiritual powers, with Nampala using the tortoise skin treated with the sally-feathered finch for the purpose of disorienting the opponents. These were serious traditional performances. It is not everybody's cup of tea. The army departed from the palace and the chief camped at Omadhia near Omthia Wipundi. There he cautioned Shivote Shanjongolo to read the signs that the traditional spiritual powers would reveal. When they left for Antoni, Ampanda Washiponeni detected danger through traditional spiritual power forecast. Namparawa Momo and Karundeka Negongo too sensed danger when they invoked their traditional spiritual powers. But Shivote Shanjongoro, who too was not a new kid on the block in forecasting, was determined to proceed the battle. Upon arriving at Namutoni on the morning of 28th January 1904, the Ondonga warriors posed as hunters. Shivote Shanjongoro tried to invite Fritz Grossman, the German commander at the fort, to come out to discuss the exchange of an ox for a rice. Other 6 Germans who were there were Karl Hartmann, who sounded an alarm to the station commander when he saw the Ondonga approaching, Sergeant Bruno Lassmann, Warrant Officer Class 1 Richard Lemke, Albert Lear, Jacob Basandowski, and Franz Becker. Grossman suspected that the exchange of an ox for rice was a ruse, and he declined the invitation to go out. The Germans were suspicious as they were tipped off by Finnish missionaries about the impending attack by Chief Nehale. Finnish missionaries were sympathetic towards their German cousins. Missionary Albin Savola in particular, who was stationed at Onipa, is described by history literature as notoriously behaving like a stooge of the German colonial administration. Shivote went back when he noticed that the Germans were not coming out of the fort after bargaining for about an hour and a half. He returned after a while, and meanwhile, Grossman used the interval the interval period to position his team for a battle. Shortly after 11:30, gunfire was exchanged between the Germans and Ondonga, killing some Ondonga warriors. From the side of the Ondonga, the first person to fire a shot is reportedly warrior Ngwidiri. The Germans were using the Mauser rifles. Mpanda Washiponeni, the lighter of the holy fire, did what he could to do best, consecrating warriors with the strength to fight and inspiring them. Shivute Shanjongoro, the battle commander, was performing rituals, armed only with a knobkiri and a whistle made of a duika horn and waving a horse tail like the ones you see at weddings in his hand, moving freely from one direction to another amidst the hails of German bullets. He was demonstrating the power of the ancestral spirits. That was a battle to talk about. Germans were sneezing, walls were cracking, the soil compacted, clouds melted away, and dust came out of water holes. Oh yes, hails of bullets were proclaiming that Ondonga shall persevere, and gun sounds were affirming Chief Nehale. The literature reveals that in the midst of the battle, the German garrison contemplated to use explosives to blow themselves up and their nearby opponents as a last resort to avoid being captured alive. By 3:30 in the afternoon, the German garrison escaped and fled to Tsumeb, conceding defeat, and the Ondonga warriors overran the fort. Nampara Shikanyandi Shamomo managed to enter the fort, and behold, when he saw a person facing him, he opened fire. Guess what? That was himself in the mirror. That was the first time seeing himself in a reflection. He did not know how he looked like. The significance of the Battle of Antoni. While many warriors have sacrificed in the battle, as you will hear the names of some of them when His Excellency President Gengop, accompanied by Onkwanilo Shumba, will hand over heroic traditional awards to their families, Chief Nehale's warriors emerged as victors as the Germans abandoned the fort with their wounded colleague, and the Ondonga warriors took many war booty, including cattle. The Battle of Antoni prevented the Germans from occupying the northern part of Namibia called Oambo. The significance of the Battle of Antoni is that Chief Nehale, residing at Onaena, became one of the pioneers of colonial resistance. He passed on the baton and inspired future generations born at Onaena, like Andimba Toivo ya Toivo, to pioneer the struggle for the liberation of Namibia. The battle has inspired the famous phrase, which is sung by the Ondonga, Ondonga shall persevere. As you have seen, the group that was performing here, which I joined. I thank you.
Aholike, opoita puopiwa onjokono na yomandengu gane hale mpaka, takutiwa omandengu gomuziro, hagatemo nliro, uwakatawa shirongo, shandonga nangoro, mbuga mborongonjo, ngwali oe mwene wao. Ndero ina fika mamuligore, upanduro mandengu. Fika menyutare, simane kwa mbamuli, Ondonga tukete tufikameni. Hiwa ehe tufikameni. Except the main table. Na kuzondi gorodore raho. Yaro. we have heard from the rich history of how this battle went and the heroes and heroic deed of the warriors that fought at this place. It is amazing and it's true indeed when people say it's not how many years you live, it's how you live. 26 years, Nehale Jampingana only lived. 30 wives, 3 wars, and he united most of the Namibian traditional leaders at that time. I hope we can all emulate his heroic deed and the heroic deed of the 500 soldiers that died on this day 118 years ago. We shall continue with our program. May I now call upon Tatekulu Dirimani, Helman Dirimani Ipumbu, the chairperson of the 8th Northern Traditional Authority, to come and give us his remark. Tatekulu Dirimani.
Yalo, nandisimaneke no kutamba ko omitonjino, ko mwiriki uerandurathano yo chituthi chetunena. Ya, otandike etapo ngangika, inimaka irimerandurathano ngashi, ojocha tegererwa, sho omwiriki go chituthi, tandikata mekatango, no kuganja esimaneko konkwaniwa go chitunda cha Ondonga ochowo komiekadhi ya onda ubako ke kunjuliro nyono kucha edinana tulitukepo ondavulika ke rombero njo edinande linukapo nerero alishe Ondonga no malero ageshe Namibia monoma kwaterwa o malero getu gokumbangarantu akaleripo yo malero ogenji muno mochilongo chetwachishe onda mona iparayao nande itandikaganja kucha omunale nale mo chitsachara ndurako chocho kwa tegererwa chikale petameko otandi simaneke presidente wetu ugo Republika ya Namibia manguruka dokotora Hake G Kenkop ngweli moka tiketu no miekadhi ugo chilongo cha Namibia meme Monica Genkos anika ninga ngashi ya kwetu ya ninga ashike pamsiguru wakaro opopiko ngamba kurunhu elimo itandike opuna kumenda fanu vitati kwakata mikiche hono ae otandira ndulisa kwaike presidente semane kwa pevi presidente doktora Nangoro Mbuba pamena meme Mbuba ochowo prime minister go chilongo chetu doktora Salaku Gongerwa Madira pamwe na Tatekuru Amadira minister omapopiwa nale akaliripo engere komapopiwa nale nandishulire mpo no kuhakomesho omnatimunyonzimane kwa mano ndafika mapo peshara yo malero gerigaheta tunga chichilimirandurathano no pa ngono go pamfiguru wakaro kumbangaranhu ochilongo ngono gapenjego ochina kugwaniswa opondie ndigakalerepo mochituthi shino chapanjokonona peta mikonandi pandule aronge kidio kangundu nenge mbono yakalata aronge kidha ochini mashino o chilongekidha merongekidhwe wana walera no yesiku iye gitara nawa opolikale yasimane kwa nena ngaitandika njao esimane ko enene no rupandu ruikalekerwa tandipandura elero yondonga na akwateriko mesho ya iyo shoya tamba opo ochitusisika chikale chaturwa milonga ochitusi shino ochitusi chasimana mokudhimburukwa ekonjo nokudhimburukwa o enjo konona nona kuziwa kuruntu yetu ilonga mbyono yaronga nale mona kuziwa mono ona kuziwa muno yakara ta konjo nde taeta esindano nande kwatsikirwa kwamba eke ya keshuliro nena ochilongo cha mono emanguruko notithika mene mwene nocharukwa nokuli edhina lyacho Namibia okupitira mekonjo yopetameko onduwite kutya otandika ganja o esimane kwenene yo notandike kediganja kumwene gomakuwa gondonga ya onkwanirwa ngashi tweshipopi ngono ayamburapo edhiladhilo njono nande yali yadhiladhilwa kakuruntu mbono mtetekera unene tutatekuru onkwanirwa Emmanuel Kaum Elfasa ombilingane tate omnachipundiweleo yondonga edhinandinde litumbura ngane shasho ocho yiyirira mo makusiganje ngashi na chiri midio menenge hatuti mo maifano no mo maicho ogopa mfigurwakaro shono hachiti akuruntu ohadhiradhira omanga ano naena enkondo kutumba ano ochinima shino tatekurusho ali etidhiradhira kali ena enkondo kuchitura milonga ya ochone uwete kutya kali taburu kuchitumba nande eche etapo nenge ya etapo edhiradhiro shopweane omnyasha ngono tatupopi metetekero nenge ndempopi metetekero onkwanirwa gochilongo chondonganena okwechiyamburapo nokwechitura milonga shashi anona oene enkondo kutumba okwechitumbapo ndeta chimilonga ngashi tuchiwetereni sene nongashi tatuke chimoneni sene shoma manyataga kegururwa nenamba ya kandina nano matumburo genji ashike mochima muno ndina o eindirwike yowina kanyasha yoko malero gamwegiri no chilongo achishe chetu cha Namibia muno muna abunduka etu ochowo kumbangarantu etu opoya kuseko ochiholerwa shino ochiwanawa oshoka okuna o natango omashara ngashindika mitoporwa etu yo mochilongo achishe gapumbwa okuyamburwapo otatukatara omitoporwa ishe mono makara antu mbono yaninga no yakonja no yatameka okwetapo ekonjero manguruko yochilongo shino mbono nana yalwile petameko mbono yamwe omuyo oyenji oyatarwa nga ku ministry no yamwe omuyo oyenji sigone no poeri mbono wose nenge mbono one anyasha tatu yatura mikashaeni opo mutale kutya otamtumbupo ngini ochinima shino se omadhiladhilo getu onga kurupe ochogeringa otachihokitha notachinyanyudha okudhimburukwa kwa antu yakonja tameko nenge motango mbono oyo ya dhiladhila no yakutha enkatu dhokumona kutya ita nenge ita itatuvuru pefe iye mokati ketu si itatuvuru pefe ochilongo chetuo chiturwe mukoroni. Nonando yali taru, no pembito dhimwe takwa sasana, no pembito dhimwe taru yaturo mbundamo chishwa, nga shimbatwa kalera nenampano, oyali takwa sasana ya muyo. Okuzirira ke mbinga nembinga, nga shina na chaho korora mpano, ekpatasano ya tatikuru Nehale, oshowo na ya muyo mochirongo cha Namibia, kalita kwatasana ike, nenge takwasasana na ambayo kumbangara ntu. Tatu zimbrupa okucha onjokonona. Hitoporo ambi yo kumbangara ntu. Otpawo hatu vumochini mashimwe. Kucha tatekuru mandumeshwari taruiswa. Tatekuru ipumbu okwaliwo akusa ombinga. Opo akawatere mkwao. Nande o ita okwakadha yuka ngaro peshuliro shoka kachalicha popiwa na nzia. Oyali eli mekpatasano, nandeka yali amonerongo yopombada, oyali apewa ufilosofi wao, kukarunga, opo yavule okukarata ya mburathana po, yavule okukarata popirathana. Nenanjino ne, kwaganjwa ne iholerwa iwanawa, shotatu dhimburukiswa one nawa, okudhimburukiswa nokudhimburukisa kesha gumwe, opakale avivirika onakuziwa. Onakuziwa ne, oina okudhimburukiwa, nokukale kwapo, nokugamenenwapo, unene kunene anyasha, ngashinde shipopi metetekero, kucha onemuli, muna enhondo, dhokutumba, se otatulika tukalike tuna chacho kwetamo maziraziro. Anuna tusimanekeni o yamwe o manyasha mochitunda muno ya shoeturukire komsegonjamba noyurukire o agunduka komsegonjamba oshaningwane kutatekuru onkwanirwa Ondonga kucha anyasha oena okuthikama noyeno kuitungapo ngini nokuhakumwe ngini nokukwathera ngini akuluntu yao. Otatekuru mpano Nehale yampingana ngashi tatangwa mpano wahatangwa no mazino genji kesha kumbohe mtanga na shewete aningo shiwanawa otemtanga no temruku na shitavuruku mruka shashi otwewete. Yamwe mbanda popina yo kukwambia utati ya Nehale yo okwali haye mtanga tati Nehale yampingana wandenguna nukongo omruru wanaya mpingana ihe iharua meumbo Nehale iharua pochare ngashi nenge pehale ngashi edina yetaliti shira okonje tokemrisira shira kuyanda ezimba litanjono opolieno mbepo ya mwe otuhaye mtanganga o tatangwane nande kalita po pezimboli mweno ndilimani honkunda wamporo chingweani maitakira hengulo shine menengwani kile mburuta diyura lero tazende zafaza furuka momwenyo ndero zatiranga sewo chizimba tatangwa po mweno unonjeboka nduku hetwa kwa Kongo hinomkanda konyo meno chikeza chehole kuchingwe chambura ondiwete kucha anbano yali tazalele momnyagumwe oyali tazalele momnyagumwe shashingbiyango takemburu tazende taziyura lero tazende ndero zatira osewo chizimba panone na turombero wao ando ishisho tafazuka po yatarwa kuchivude chanjongoro yatalera mekende otatondoka tali omushata ende yafaya furuka momwenyo takora makochome ya otuwete kucha anhumbano ngashitadi pura unduka oyali taganya eno somwe wana wayorongero kumwe nocho chapumbiwa pesimbonyono yohini namba twathigapo tuganje wana wawerongero kumwe inatu hawa we momlandunguya wali watopora antu ngono walipo weveta za utendara dhono dha fumbikwa ko tatekuru hake no tatekuru na ngoro madhoko dhasa kathikowe okukalo peshuliro mano ongomna chipundiwo malero geriga etatu kumbangara ntu ondara okupandurao okukarapo con presidente wetu go chirongo nompevi presidente ocho ompirima wetu ya tepandura epangero yetu ya Namibia omoro orunji nopenji ohalizi mine komashio getu gomalero gopamfigurwa karo opotu bule kuyega tukale pamwe nayo norwa shuguni lera ondara ndindire omalero getu gopamfigurwa karo ngono gerimo nango kagemo opo omasharangano gopanjokonona mwaningirwi ni mao panjokonona mwepi ni mao panjokonona gagamenwenepo ngashi chiri mukatendo kepeni ongaleri opamifigurwa karo mukatendo katimiro ngombalino katitano ko mamayo vigali okachona okatendo okatitatu okachona kotango hachiyadhika musi sigomudi ngowaka kusoveta ohe nde tohiresha owapewa enkondodo dhokukalekapo omfigurwa karo no dhokugamenenapo omasharangano ngashi tatekuru onkwanirwa gondonga echiningi tangi tatekuru onkwanirwa gondonga ogali omatumburo mashupi ngono gaza momalero getu gopamfigurwa karo kumbangarantu tangu nene
Tangi tatekuru ipumbu etumwara kajoe otejuva kucha natutukire komeho nerongero kumwe ongomalero gopamfigurwa karo tetutikire okusibaneka omapendafure getu ngono getu tetekere. Thank you, Chief Ipumbu. You urge unity and cooperation among traditional authority and also to respect for the traditional authority to start respecting the grave of the late kings and especially those heroes that contributed to the liberation of the Namibian, to the liberation of Namibia. Because of the protocol that has been established by Nehale, we specially invited Kambadebi Traditional Authority, they are among us, Maharero Traditional Authority, Vita Royal House, Ukwangali Traditional Authority, Vet Boy Traditional Authority, and the descendant of Simon Cooper, the one that you heard his history here. They are also among us, which include also Honorable Paula Cooper. She's one of the descendants of Simon Cooper. We move forward with the program. Otatutikireni no poroha omarero na tugapandure ngoka. Charandura como poroharama. Ondete kucha opuna onga kudimondu ito divuru. Otandikitha nampano ngute divuru. Opo ithane osimu yetu. Opo itu popitheni. Tate Januarenga. Shonga ando. Taziko. Ando ngudu shindongo mwende mbara. Mwe mwithindikiro nkwaniro. Shindongo. Endereni mbara. Mwe mwithindikiro simu. Yetweni.
Ewa, tangi umiliki wa programa. Ndape ompito diendi sane tatongwanirwa tupopise nomwa ningina washomulike kucha ombalenga na kwanirwa ya zaki ilongo ya Oroka ya thikimpano Tatongwanirwa mukatiketo munao o ministro dilimpa dathindikira president. Tatongwanirwa mwenego makuya oshiwana ashihesha horo kampano nonduvi to sharandura oko radio da oroka no ko TV da oroka otandi kwindire nesemane kwenene uyo upopiso shiwana shoy tatongwanirwa.
Ai natu kutumbeni. Mwiriki onsmane kwa tetege shindongo adhane ninge nandiego meho. Na adhane manga. Nina shuathika mikenjwa haronga indika kere manga ta adhana. Oh, ya karikani ka adhane manga tetamiko. Yaro, tangi. Tangi erengeruru shoape yompito opondi endichesha moshituthishi shokwe urura omamanya ga kuita ya kuku ashike mangina nditamiko kutotomona ehembono yazino kutotomonwa ondaharo kuithana minister pe amsherengamba ondaharo kumheherasha iritare mpano Minister, ngika irashike mpano una paro minuto mishona. Yaro, thikamarwamba. Ya, onde muithana shashi. Itandika vuro kutotomona aihembo ya totomonwa papangero. Otikatse ya pwara yamu. Onda harashike ndililombwere kucha, mbangina anditameka okurongitha shari tapopi. Onkuru wanaro kwatire iho kaliwe kalira moka kwao. Shina andike shitumbura, tike shirira moshipopi wa shoe. Na kehe umwengu toku vina andikutumbura, kara uvite kucha minister pea shoe kutumbura, nunkwa niro kwe kutumbura. Indauka kutumbe kumu. Presidente onsmane kwa, numkuru kadhi goe, tate kuru nangoro mbumba, numkuru kadhi goe, prime minister, numsamane goe, ondapandura, numapanduro gashewa, shomweane nampano, opotuningeni o history njino pashiwana yapya. Ombara semkamba dhembi, ombara maharero, ombara adhihe nengendiche ohompa, mwatumburwa mpano, onde mupandura, nonde musmaneka, nesmaneko jashewa, oshoka nenanji, otwatse ni kumwekucha, shishaningwa mpano, oshoshiri, no shaningwa kantu aehe, no tatukareni no kushidhimburukwa, ongo oshituthi shopashiwana. Comrade President, itandithi mburukwa masiku, itandithi mburukwa owiri, ashikote mburukwa ashike oshituthi shishalipo, oshondininge o referensa ya ashtika popsa. Mumvura imwe kwali kuno Kopa Festival moshomea, tatonkwaniro etuthigipo, mwenyo wena uvururu kweno mbiri, okuithananje, koshanda hononga endalindiri onkuita, ompangeri gondira, opondi mjoine koshituthisho. Oyali konata teshirongo shandiri ukure, opwali wo puno msamane komposi, ite dhimburukwa ashike kuchokwaza peni. Maashtetara, omvurave odhuka po omvuro mirongo ngoinasha. Upwali wo o Matiasa gamaitina, upwali wo o Shinuna, upwali wo o msamane gumwe tate Mateu azako kahongo. Shashine bathi mbombono shonda thiki puyo, moshindonga ondali amwaro akali shishisha planingwa. Okopa festival asho yapu, tatongwa nilo kwati, itoshuna ko shanda, otatu eni kwa Antoni jomanenge, ondahara uka kwa therenje. Shote ya mpano, kapwalipuna na ndosha. Tate shirongo shandiri ukuro kuithananje, tati ira, kakuna onkongo haiko kwena enombwa. Kuthomsama nengono, womposi, wenkwata montonje, toninga shiheshite kurombwele. Onde nkuthampano, tapuranje tati, omanengo geripeni. Ngata ndililombwele kuchae, omanenge paifo getugama, kombinga yoko kawango. Tati ukithanjeho. Nde nkupata montonje, tandimu ukithako. Ashike natango kandi shikucho shiketa shikongo. Unsamane ngono kwati, penje umbangarantu mbugantu. Ngate tana ukasha shondali ngane ndaro ngano ndiro ndishe GPS ngata ndimukirisa nde nkwata montonje ngi tati tuene komeho. Kenga atwazana ekomanenge sigo pompa. Shotu te haro kuza moyo tati ae hakoka ukako kujokoe. Shotu te haro kukunene ko kujeo tati ae ukapo kati sigo twe ape harampo matara puno omamanyaga kuitamba. Omangene tage na kwampunguye oyetu irike sigota tu yampono onsane ngono oyetu monena ombira ya kuita Nehale mboyara rampo. Pejaropo tumpono natango comrade president na hiwa eje tatungwa nilo kwa rombwele tati akengereka tati ando emanyandino nalidhikwe nga ando ndilimone mangina andisa. Ondazi pondati laka shona, uyotapo tsaatara kungayo kwa kengereka. Ya, minyangadharwa yao yithikepo nkondo dha kurupe, yona founding father, oyaturapo shono yalita avuru kuturapo. Opo akwa mpunguka yageri. Shondape oshina kukwanifwa shono, ndakara handende tandipura nasho. Nondakara tandipura kucha, tishende ngini. Oshoko ndishi inima ya etu. Comrade President, ngwe ongoye hokutumba konima oshitafuro shinene tashwirika antu ayehe mo Namibia. Comrade President, ngwe una ongundu ndono hadhi ithanwa takutiwa o think tank ngeri nandipuka. Comrade President, tseno tati pumbu no tate semkamba dhembi no maharero katune think tank. O think tank adetu odhirimo mbanda akwa mpungu yetu. O hae ane tae kupi na kuwanithwa. Shae ikupe uno kuitura mironga. Shambino ituramo onkaramwenyo yoe o haikaramo shiponga siwaruhe. Ngashinana nena kandi shiongere wa itopopi watara mumwenyo wanje nenge owali topopi uvitashike kuche uno kurombweranje. Ni hara kutumburo madhina gantu ya gatumburo ampano puna o radio ni fota ikwata pkamota shikathika. Ashike sharombwerenjo kwati opuna gumwe gomana politika aninge puko. Kaishinemo Namibia inanga mwatira. Okonje. Shongata tukonje nino COVID yotaro mwirandu yomoshilongo shawo kuchae inapu inyembwa inapu ningwa shituthi makoni maethimbo ekotopamwe nugoya akaningo pati manja weta imonika mo paife shitatu popingei akwa mpungu yo politika oemuka tashivulika kanithiro ngai ondaharo kushifathanitha na shino comrade president kucha natse ngere wapewa otaska kwa mpungu nde ino ifulfilling ohatukara tuli moshiponga ngashini hankara muri moshiponga erero janji talikukirira onkara mwenyo yanjo hapia ikaningo hupi shosho wetete matuka ndamanamo opo ndima nini mambi ndathigirwa ka guruntu. Comrade President no shiwana eke engeta kutalika eke akutalika ngweno shikaho shanawa okuwilika antu moshindonga shosho weteta kupopiwa oeka kuja kende okatau kakondo ona mpara wa momo oshiwedha shanlungu ekuyajate onkosho maego nespajo thingo jejetereramu arumentu yali eno make geshikuhumbatantu ashike mangina ndi yako meho okumulombwera ashike kucha karungo kwa kaliha nenuyoni oshiwana kehe karungo shakara shinna pamithigululwakalo dhawo opuno shicha shimwe hashilongithwa mombimbeli takutiwa ngwithanenje sikujudhi woe ungamota ndikuhupitha ngoe tosimane kenje omwali mwatara nesho takupopiwa kucha shivute shanjongoro tatondoka achomshira guno mpungurura no makara gonti gumwe guva shitakupopiwa tewifungu opo irumbu iconcentrate mu imumbe shashi ohorita dhingumu otani ngingini ngao otarongithane oshichashi hashilongithwa kahongi maote shilongitha panthigululwakalo tithana karunge stimbo judhi guwe opo ahupithe tafungu nonshira nguithanenje esikujudhi guwe ongamota ndikuhupitha ngoe tosimane kenje mitaka nambili omunudhihu na ashihe shilimo okulongitha ashike shiushi opo uhupithe mboe kurandura chifu kamba dhembi ngero ndati odhondera dhakambonde ndati ngeni takumona nali konte shasho kushikujotepo pishike ndaharushiri notupotseni shitashivuru kuviwako kantu ahe odhondera dhakambonde na Nehale akwita mbaya tumime kwa amakali yakawathera amwameme akamba dhembi okuza koshitambisha Nehale yenda pwashike omwedhonshona yoaherero tayarukune kucha ai ondhira dhakambonde oyatukanua shashe thimbo ndi yathiki hajo yali yategerera yathiki Chief Maharero oushishi shapongeri no hara kulombwera antwe kwatathano jeni na Ondonga nongeri tolipopi otoka karawafa mbea itarombora ku Yesu sukucha ngeita mwimbi omamanyi otage kimba nyoko kurungwa varaho okwatuma akadhona elia 3 ye ana hongi atumina Nehale tati otapea itambino ka ikahupithenje taikadhipaga pwezi moja nja alihe etanika kaline hupa ponasha indeni ku Nehale oyathikirako kantonge ngashita kupopiwa ko kantonge oyakakuthwako shashi ezimo jawa ya Ondonga kehe gumwe takutiwa kwazame ezimo jawa kirongo ili ohaye atulapo pepinao opokaya monithwa ihuna onkene Maharero yemwene ngwa kutumba mpokushishi otweapa onkunda hawithano na mambiri amwanyoko okohokara ouyashi tetumburapo gumwe ngumwakarankara naye amuha Ondonga mushishi onangeshefa B2K ngera ando pwali pwapwa kapuno Maharero mbo ando B2K otwashunako yakaninga kwanirwa yantu mbo shasho moyaza mezimo ondishisho kushishi itandipopi onangalioke uru oye yapo moruitambi tatudhimburukweni nenampa akwangali otambimburukwa kucha Nehale okwatura pwe kwatathano shasho kwa kare shikucha umtondi ohazombi ngadhi na ashimuvu mwatumburwa mpano kaisho simayo wara na ashimuithanwa mpa kaishefu tukareni pamwe omudhimburukwe tukwatelipo onjokono na oshirongo shetu nombili pokati kantu yetweni tsare lyo pamithigululwakalo tuneni na kugwanithwa ili yali okukaleka akwashigwana yanyanyukwa notayinjoyinga omithigululwakalo dhawo okukwathela president ngwakutumbampo minima yaniko omithigululwakalo takutsikirishe natango kovetanjo notakutiwa namzo yemwene comrade president uvite ahara tumpukurule ngika ngeina ndipuka kovetanjo anongene tutikireni ne kwatathano njono opo tutule nyantu kumwe ngashi kwali yatulwa kumwe nokuko akuopera oshinano hashoesha unyo watulwa pamwe ko technology iye nditho paifi yaitondokawe omilongo hamano ngashi ombe default omatumwara kago paifo kuithana nkweni agendewe nontungu ya hatondoka akaropote shotwe muithana nina mpano mwathiki kuere shashi nani oshitopolwa shashi tatu ningi mpa kashishara sha Ondonga otwe mupandura notuvite kucha kehe mpamuli kale ni mushikucha onu weza ko milunga obonda njo yakala adhikwa poka akuluntu nale otuina itatuitea una tantuithano tatuya methimbo ndino kakuna wita tatu konjithe nyashi konjara nomikithi ndino diliko nokulonga antu yetweni kene tuno kutungipo shilongo shetweni Namibia. Comrade President, no think tank alo tushishi kucha umuri mutsakazi imaliwa kaipo atuho tushiwete mwatale unkithi nguno wea kehe gumwe otapura areliye ngaina nga hepura takuti atatekulu anotandingishike shosho muvite handu hararu hete tondoka nga eterumbura antu kucha na tutundire nyashike opo tuhupe ashike otatupandura tatumupanduru nende imaruwa kaipo shiri ashiko system ao shirongo shetu otaitondoka nawa tatumupandurire mwasho onu weza ko milunga ai ngahi murombwera ruheteti ihandivuru kupo myenda na njirohi ngaitepo mwanje yoka ai aruhote tsikire no kumupohi oshoka mitopolwa mbino yo taska dha kwa mpungu handi ipewa ohaya dhanja ndi jonyara lwara kandi nasha ashikesho toya mukuru tati twekuthigiruthi uwa nawa wa antumbo yarongitha inoyetha yasunyesha yasunye otaeke kutanaukira yapashie no kuninga ethimbo nethimbo ashikesha ande shimupe ohamya mukurano njungu onde mupandura ai tatipumbu kakuna kwa mpungu kumwe handi vuruku ya kuyengu hinyenge kevi keshingoe na ya kwetu ya mwembi na ya pompano moru nkunjo ndishishi inandikara nande okuningorwiho ndaharo kupotso shiri makumagilo oe no mapukuru wenge tepeo maraka kwa mpungu onjo didanjo hodiresha nawa no hopenje ngae shindino kuninga nde kupandura nkuruntu wanje nande uno mvuro nshona ndahara kucho dhinji shono shiningira o ya kwetumbwa unjuka opo tuvuro kutumba ina kuwanithwa mbino nupu unjuka kono no Namibia inapupumbiwa pudhengo ntunongonyo inapupumbiwa pukonjwe karenya mushishikucha kehe gumwe eskulimwe onoka taking over from somebody either from the government or from me who is speaking here. Omulinga prepare. Omulinga prepare. Nongero muri prepare ya yenyota ikea. Otatuke imupa ashike inankasi tha kuruntohoni. Tueni na ambita ivurukutunga, bita ivurukutunga tatu ithigipo. Rwahuni na Comrade President ongruwa naro kwatire okanyenti ngikamba muri poha na president otamvurungani okumfatululira okanyenti katumino njamba okanyenti okatumino njamba ngaina nganda harao okutuma president ndere ondiri nendi kwaterera mushipopi wa maelection ndatetekeritha inandindina Comrade President ndahara ne uzempano ni nashitoiko chitafura sho shinene hutsatu he hatukara twaligamena ukatalerenje kucha ano onakulikapo konkoshi na kulikapo konkoshi nana kudhipaga onkoshi njita ijantu antu mbano ya jano eno kutarwa ngini ondacho kanyencho katumino njamba na kulikapo konkoshi nana kudhipa konkoshi njita ijantu antu mbano ano eno kutarwa ngini comrade president no think tengawe indenishe mukatari mwasho oshtiari oshtiari ongurohi ndanyanyukwa kontanto talita dhiningwa kantu komavia gantenya wanantinda nenyanyu janje nombepo zanje za kwa mpungu ndatse ithiroshikwana kucha oshituthi shino shorudhindu otashikara ruhe hashidanwa mondonga konima yomvura ndatu shondakarara ndakadhimbulukane kucha inima yetu ne aruho haya approvingwa ko president kupitira mu governor monena nempano shimwe shomwambi tandeta mikorojoye inetokora ndamana shasho ndikuchoko uri ko itafura tishukithane kungwe utare kucha otoka changini ngwe togarukirenje tangi erengeruru tangi amuhesho mwalimu apo akenenje tangi
Yalo shiri omake. Akwashitu thaholike. Nasimane kwa. Tandimu tseithira shikempano kucha. Ngeshimwatala njengei. Oh, mondambo mono hevuru momo. Tangi unene kukushindongo. May I call upon briefly Honorable Dr. Pea just to briefly summarize Onkwanirwa speech.
I will briefly summarize what Onkwanirwa was saying. Our President Onkwanirwa was telling you that for us to be here today, it started with when there was a copper festival in Tsumeb, and the late Onkwanirwa, Manuel Eliphas, invited his great nephew, the current Onkwanirwa, to join him at the copper festival. After that, they came at this area. In their delegation, there was a blind man whom the late Onkwanirwa gave to the current Onkwanirwa, and this blind man led the current Onkwanirwa to the current site, just asking him to say, take me to so and so site. I want to know the direction, the north, the south, and let's move. Then they discovered these graves. The late Onkwanirwa made a request that a memorial stone should be erected here. And the late Onkwanirwa, with the founding president, put up something. Now, the task was now to ensure that finally this project will be finalized. That's why we are here today. And the late Onkwanirwa and the current Onkwanirwa built on the previous relationship that were established by Chief Nehale, who had maintained relationship with the traditional leaders from Maharero, resulting in Chief Maharero during the genocide, sending 3 of Maharero ladies from their family, saying, in case if we all perish, these ones are going to survive. They came to Ondonga, were received here, and their offsprings are here, and they were even given a village. The same with the Ukwangali chiefs from Kavango, as well as Kwope from the south. That's why they are represented here today. So Onkwanirwa also thanked the chief of Ukwambi, Dilimani Pumbu, for the advice and counseling that he has always provided to him. And he also reminded people that God has always been there, and our ancestors had always prayed to their God. That's why on the day of the battle, Commander Shivute Shanjongolo was not having a gun, but was just waving his tail, praying to the God, which Finnish missionaries interpreted to be witchcraft. Onkwanirwa also requested people and encouraged them to go for vaccination. Yeah, you can go in. He encouraged people to go for vaccination and appealed to the youth to remain calm, patient, and steadfast in order to be able to be entrusted to take over in the future. Now, finally, with a sense of humility, Onkwanirwa requested Comrade President 2 things. What should be done between a person eaten by a lion and a person who had killed a lion? Secondly, this event, it has been suggested that it should be commemorated every third year, and Onkwanilo will so submit to the president and will be awaiting for the president's response at the president's convenient time. Thank you.
Kwa mpungo mboka asimane kwa tutalele pome sikundikaja simana. May I just ask you to give another round of applause. Kosi muyetweni. May I now invite Honorable Pohamba Shifeta, Minister of Environment and Tourism, to come and help us read the tribute from founding father and father of the Namibian nation, Dr. Sem Shafihuna Nuyoma.
Director of Proceedings, Your Excellency, Dr. Age Godfrey Gengop, Your Excellency, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, Vice President of the Republic, Honorable Penda Andakolo, Governor of Oshikoto region, and all other governors present, Tarekulu Philemon Shumbwa Nangolo, Kwanilwa Wele Lodi Ondonga, and other Akwanilwa Nomalenga of different traditional authorities present, Your Excellencies, members of the diplomatic corps, members of the ruling party and the opposition parties, distinguished veterans of our national liberation struggle, distinguished invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. I feel greatly honored to have been invited by Tatekulu Philemon Shumbwa Nangolo, Mkwanilwa of Ondonga Traditional Authority, to this very auspicious occasion, marking 118 years of the commemoration of the Battle of Namutoni and an unveiling of the memorial monument in honor of the Chief Nehale Yambingana's warriors. Indeed, 118 years ago, on the 28th of January 1904, the Battle of Namutoni took place between the Ondonga warriors under Chief Nehale and the German imperial soldiers who were stationed at Namutoni Fort. Today, we are gathered here to remember the heroic deeds of Chief Nehale's brave warriors, called Omandengu Nehale Dyambingana, at the Battle of Namutoni Liomanenge, now called Onamutoni, such as Ampanda Washiponeni, Chivute Shanjongolo, Ukule wa Mulungu, Nampala wa Momo, Ekaku Yangede, Indongo Yashimana, to mention but just a few. This was one of the acts of early resistance to colonialism in Namibia. The then Owambo area remained independent from German colonialism administration, and the establishment of Fort Namutoni, where the Germans erected a military station in Chief Nehale's territory, constituted a violation of the sovereignty, peace, and self-governing in the area. It disturbed Chief Nehale to note that the Germans have encroached upon Ondonga area, as they plan to extend their influence in northern Namibia and link up with the Portuguese in Angola. It is well-known fact that for too long history was not properly recorded and thus not passed on to the young generation. This has resulted in many, if not most, of our young people not knowing their history, and at the same time, not knowing where they came from. As it's often said, in order to know where you are going, you must know first where you came from. In other words, what your history is. In addition to the commemoration, the brave warriors' deed of Chief Nehale's warriors, the memorial stone will also teach us as the virtues of patriotism, bravery, and loyalty to our country, as exposed by these brave warriors who are laid here to rest. We once again must remain mindful of the saying, and I quote, "Those who do not know history are bound, if not doomed, to repeat it," unquote. My sincere hope is that we'll choose to repeat only the positive aspect of this history while learning from the mistakes of the past. For instance, on 21st of April, 1885, Chief Kambode Kampingana sold some of his land to a trader called William Whittington Jordan so that the Boers from Hampton could live there. They had originally approached Herero King, but he had referred them to Chief Kambode Kampingana, saying, "The place belongs to Chief Kambode Kampingana. Go and ask him." The land that was sold by Kambode is in the region of the present-day Otavi and Grootfontein. Jordan named this land the Republic of Appington. In November 1884, 25 families arrived in Appington from Appington. William Jordan, who lives from 1849 to 1886, was born in Cape Town of an English father and mixed-race mother, but was identified with the interests of the Boers and the colonial government. Chief Nehale Kampingana plotted to kill him in 1886. Nehale Kampingana installed himself as a king of Eastern Ondonga during the reign of his brother Kambode Kampingana, effectively splitting the kingdom. He used this opposition to challenge the Germans at Namutoni in 1904 and generally oppose outsiders entering Ovambo. Indeed, the attack at Namutoni was a decisive move to prevent the extension of German colonialism to northern Namibia. The visionary Chief Nehale Kampingana further intended to restore the boundaries of Ondonga territory and reclaim copper mines at Chumep, which was literally taken away by the Germans. The attacks also served to teach the colonialists a lesson that Africans will not stand aside and become submissive to any foreign power. Further, by attacking the Germans at Namutoni, Chief Nehale Kampingana demonstrated solidarity to fellow Africans. It should be noted that by then, the Herero uprising had started 2 weeks earlier, and 5 days prior to the attack at Namutoni, an envoy came from Ovaherero chief to Kambode Kampingana at Okaloko to solicit arms and support in the uprising against the Germans. With the intervention of missionary Martin Lieutenant, Chief Kambode Kampingana hesitated to participate in the uprising against the Germans. Meanwhile, his young brother, the indomitable Chief Nehale, went ahead, assembling his senior traditional councillors like Mpanda Washiponeni, Chivute Shanjungolo, and Nampala Wamomo, among others, to inform them about his decision in dispatching senior traditional councillors, traditional councillor Bolongojo Yanunyango, to carry out a reconnaissance about Namutoni Fort. Against this background, on the 25th January 1904, Chief Nehale marched off to go and attack the Antoni fort with an army of between 350 to 400 warriors. It was the intention of Chief Nehale that while he attacks Namutoni, his brother Chief Kambonde would simultaneously attack the Germans at Okokweo. Although Chief Kambonde declined to participate, one of his senior traditional councillors, Ekaku Lyakende, joined the military expedition to Namutoni. This was a necessary reinforcement as Ekaku Lyakende joined other senior traditional councillors to provide leadership and a moral boost to the warriors. The Battle of Namutoni was fought with bravery. At this occasion, we pay tribute to the gallant warriors like Chief Councillor and the battle commander Shivuda Shanjongolo, who tactfully and skillfully provided leadership to the warriors during the fierce battle, and they fought relentlessly that at one stage the Germans at the garrison thought of blowing up themselves. Eventually, they ran away from the fort at dusk. The defeat of the enemy resulted in Ondonga warriors taking war booty to Ondonga, signifying the victory and changing the social economic conditions in Ondonga communities. The warriors who sacrificed their lives at the Battle of Namutoni are martyrs of our resistance and independence. We should continue to honor them by renaming steadfast and unite the Namibian nation to resist any form of neocolonialism and imperialist agenda. Unity is what Chief Nehale stood for, that he did not only stop at Namutoni, but further sent warriors to reinforce Chief Maharero, who requested assistance after the notorious extermination order was issued by General Van Trotter against Ovaherero and the Nama people. When Governor returned, sent a message to the chiefs in the north, Namibia, through the missionary Martin Rotanen, not to receive the Ovaherero refugees who were running away from the south during the genocide war. Rotanen replied that, and I quote, to tell Nehale of things like this, that you have written would be daring and could mean death to all of us, unquote. Chief Nehale, therefore, welcomed the Ovaherero to Ondonga wholeheartedly. For this reason, we should continue to honor his legacy by shunning negative tendencies of tribalism and forge together in the spirit of one Namibia, one nation. Chief Nehale goes down in the history of Namibia as one of the pioneers of early colonial resistance. It is for this reason that a symbolic grave in his honor is erected at the Heroes Acre, so that the future generation and the historians can learn and appreciate his historic deeds. At this juncture, I would also like to state that it is important for the current generation of Namibian scholars to document historical events like the Battle of Namutoni, to correct the myths created in biased Eurocentric history, which glorifies the Germans. For example, the history presents the Germans of garrison as having repelled Chief Nehale's warriors, whereas the fact is that the Germans at the garrison fled and that the Chief Nehale warriors completely destroyed the fort, which was only constructed in the following year. An old adage says, quote, until the lion tells his side of the history, the tale of the hunter will always glorify the hunter, unquote. We should therefore leave no stone unturned to put history in its correct perspective and dispel myths and the falsified narrations. Might this day serve to remind us, the contemporary and the future generation, of our obligation to defend the gains of our independence. In conclusion, it is essential to support the current Mukwanirwa of Ondonga Traditional Authority to carry on with his to carry his people on his back, as he promised during his inauguration. At this stage, I would just praise and applaud him for his consistent manner in which he upholds his oath of office, and urge him to continue doing so. I want to urge all traditional leaders to continue to be part of shaping the country and fighting the scourge of undevelopment, and I call on them to raise and play their part in building this country as developmental monarchs and architects of progress and as proud Namibians. With these few words, it is my distinct honor and a pleasure to be part of the official unveiling of this state-of-the-art memorial stone at this site, which has been declared a National Heritage Site by the National Heritage Council of Namibia. Long live the spirit of resistance at the Battle of Antoni. Long live the Republic of Namibia, and I thank you. That was from His Excellency, Dr. Samnioma. Thank you.
A very strong round of applause for our founding father. His message was very, very clear and very encouraging. Thank you so much for those words. May I now invite His Excellency Dr. Nangolo Mbumba, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, to come and do the introduction for His Excellency Dr. Hage Geingob, the President of the Republic of Namibia. Nashikwere Traditional Group, may you be ready after the President's speech so that you can thank our President.
Thank you very much, Madam Director of Ceremonies, Your Excellency, Comrade Dr. Hage Gottfried Geingob, President of the Republic of Namibia, and Madam Monica Geinkos, our First Lady. Onkwanirwa, tate kuronkwanirwa, na meme omnyekavi. Right Honorable Prime Minister Sarah Kugongerwa Amadhira and Tate Amadhira, Meme Mbumba, Tate Kuru Dirimani Ipumbu, Ombara Kambavembi, Ombara Maherero, representative of the Cooper family, honorable ministers, deputy ministers, honorable governors, senior traditional councillors, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. When it started raining, that was the time the president was supposed to have started speaking. How do I know? Because that is the way it was organized. So we are behind time. Therefore, allow me basically to do what I'm instructed to do. My assignment this afternoon is to introduce the keynote speaker, a person who is very well known to all of us who are here, to all those who live in Namibia, even those who live in the whole continent of Africa. He is an accomplished academician, a well-organized administrator, a politician of rare note, and a brave and sometimes very stubborn defender of his people, his country, and the institutions in Namibia. Yeah, you have to wait a little bit. He has thus taught, trained, tutored, mentored, and groomed many Namibians who have grown to be respected leaders in their own rights. He works extremely hard. A man with clear mind, brilliant ideas, and strong principle. A believer in time management and a true believer in the principle of one Namibia, one nation. The chairperson of the Ondonga Traditional Authority has stole one of my key phrases by already indicating that there is a very complicated relationship between the President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Geingob, and Tate Onkwanirwa. On one side, Onkwanirwa is a soldier, decorated soldier. When he look and hear from the president, he is looking at his commander-in-chief. At the same time, when the president look at Onkwanirwa, he is looking at his king. And therefore, there is this beautiful relationship that each one of them respect the other and want good things to happen. As I said, is not a speech, is to invite the keynote speaker. And it is thus a singular honor and privilege to say the following in inviting the president to the podium. Your Excellency, you are the president of this republic. Your Excellency, you are the head of state. Your Excellency, you are the commander-in-chief of the Namibian Defense Force. It is thus my honor to invite you to the podium. Your Excellency, sir.
Please be seated, please. Thank you, Comrade Nangolo Bumba, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia. And I was also going to acknowledge you in your capacity as Vice President. I was going to recognize the founding father. I thought he was going to be here, but we heard his excellent message. Umukwanilwa Philemon Shumbwa Nangolo of the Ondonga Traditional Authority, Right Honorable Saragu Angola Amadila, Prime Minister of the Republic of Namibia. We forgot to recognize our Queen Lady. So, my apologies. And then we have Comrade Sarah Guangola Amadila, the husband is here. Then we also are going to put these people in the following line. The First Lady, the Second Lady, and the third man. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Penda Takolo, Governor of Oshikoto Region, and other regional governors who may be here, regional and local authority councillors, esteemed traditional leaders from other regions who have come here to join. The SWAPO coordinator, Amos Amukuyo, and any others who also may be here, including members of other political parties, esteemed religious leaders, veterans of the Namibian national liberation struggle, the Chief of the Defense Force, Phineas, Inspector General of the Police, and Mandela, the correctional services. When you make some trouble, comrade, they do arrest you, and he will give you to Comrade Amanyala. Allow me to thank Omikwanilwa Philemon Shumbwa Nangolo for the kind invitation extended to me to deliver the keynote address on this historic occasion of the official unveiling of the Nehale Warriors Memorial and Commemoration of the 190th Memorial Monument. I'm truly delighted to be here as we honor and commemorate heroes of our country who were prepared to pay the ultimate price in defense of their land. I recognize the presence, our thinking, of the founding father. He's not here, but we must always remember he is the one who led the modern struggle of liberation until we defeated the enemy. We don't defeat these days enemy in the war. Nobody is defeated to come with the white flag up. No. You made the cost of waging a war very difficult, very costly, and then you force the adversary to agree to go to the negotiation table. That happened. That we negotiated through United Nations, and ceasefire was signed between SWAPO and South Africa. That's why we are saying he is the man who led us to our independence in 1990. I have noted new developments in the Ondonga Traditional Authority following the passing of the senior traditional councillor, Wilho Kamanya. May his soul rest in peace. Therefore, I would like to congratulate his successor, senior traditional councillor, John Walenga, and his deputy, on this recent promotion to the position of chairperson of the Ondonga Traditional Authority. But I'm late, because he already performed here, so in that capacity. But still, for record's sake, congratulations. To demonstrate that this is truly a national event and not just that one that is for the Ondonga community. I'm told that Omikwanilwa Nangolo extended invitations to traditional leaders from other areas of the country. We have already been told they are here. I should commend you, Omikwanilwa, for that act, because it's very clear, or it's very clearly demonstrating that you are committed to social cohesion and nation building in the Namibian House. Continue doing that. I was pleased when traditional councillor Franz Nkali, the secretary of the Ondonga Traditional Authority, recently encouraged respect and unity among Namibians in the interest of development. More important, during that stakeholder meeting of Ondonga Traditional Authority, he said, and I quote him, "If Namibians do not foster unity and solidarity, as well as mutual respect, then nation building will be impossible. Consequently, they will keep relying on other countries." The words and advice from Councillor Ngila are profound and are very important and timely. Therefore, at all times, united in our diversity, let us hold hands in order to build our country. This is the only country we can call home. So I'm glad that he warned us about that. I say inclusivity spells harmony. Exclusivity spells conflict. So he is agreeing with me. And that we are diverse people in this country. Different tribes. And I know that the South Africans were trying to exploit that to create Bantustans, to say we will never live together under one roof. Therefore, each tribe must be given their homeland so that they can maintain their culture and their language. SWAPO said no to that. SWAPO said we want united Namibia, where all Namibians will live together to hold hands and build this country. Sometimes I wonder whether the founding father gets worried that we are starting to go back to our own cocoons. But there is nothing wrong to belong to a tribe or ethnic group or a race. Nothing wrong in talking your home language. What is wrong is when you add ism, tribalism, racism, then you are wrong. When you say your race is the only superior one, then you are wrong. But we must have our diverse cultures to come to one another's event like this, celebrate and learn the history from these kind of occasions, and therefore know what happened here. Many people, I don't think, maybe unless they are from this region, did not know about this history that we are today talking about. That's why it's very important that we do this kind of things in an inclusive way. There is no way anybody will say Ondongas were having their tribal thing. No. I'm standing here, although I, of course, have my title still. I'm standing here. The honorable leaders, Herero speaking, are here. There are others. Chris Jacobi is here with his own tribe. So we cannot go and claim it was just Ondonga. It was an occasion to learn about history of Ondongas that happened here in Namibia, which is not known. So thank you very much. Today, by commemorating the Battle of Namutoni, Leo Manengwe, which occurred, don't laugh, which occurred on 28th January 1904, we are marking through the official unveiling of the King Nehale Warriors Memorial yet another momentous event in the history of our nation, when gallant sons of Aswell, under their leader King Nehale, their Impingana, chose death over subjugation at the hands of the brutal German colonial regime. Brave people choose death than to be subjugated. And he chose that. Our presence at this site of memory shows that we are taking another important step in honoring and celebrating the past in order to consolidate the project of nation building, which we started at independence in 1990. Moreover, we are here to reconcile our history with our new nation in order to ensure continuity for our republic, its processes, its systems, and its institutions, for the benefit of current and future generations. In doing so, we should constantly remind ourselves that nation building is not an event. It is a process that calls for continuous work and deliberate actions on the part of each one of us, including traditional leaders. That's my water. You see, I have to send my vice president because thank you, Comrade Bumba. We are here honoring the memory of King Nehale by unveiling the King Nehale Memorial Park. The leader whose bravery and that of his warriors is inscribed in Namibian history, as we heard it from the founding father and also the king. It is in recognition of his heroic deeds when, on the occasion of the inauguration of the Heroes Acres on 26 of August 2002, King Nehale was commemorated as one of the 9 national heroes of our country, with a grave and tombstone symbolically built at the current Heroes Acres. In this year of re-imaging, we should be inspired by the deeds of our heroes by upholding a positive outlook through positive actions in our communities. Through the unveiling of the King Nehale Warriors Memorial, the commemoration of the Battle of Namutoni, which we are gracing today, we are vividly reminded about the importance of hard work and personal sacrifice for the broader interests of our communities and country. In fact, there are many examples of sacrifice of our gallant sons and daughters who fought against the genocidal and brutal German regime and later the racist South African apartheid regime should inspire us to do more for our communities and our country. The blood of our fallen heroes, which is scattered all over our country, from the battlefields of Hornkrans, Hamagari, Oshikoto, and Namutoni, Ogulumbashe, and massacre at Kasinga, among others, should motivate us as citizens to redouble our efforts in the second phase of the struggle, that of economic emancipation. At this hour, just like the courageous warriors of King Nehale, who perished, who sacrificed their lives here, and others who triumphed here in the plains during the Battle of Namutoni, over a century ago, we must draw inspiration and renew our determination to fight in words and in deeds, and with all might for the unity and development of our country. At this hour, just like those before us, we, the sons and daughters of Namibian House, united in our diversity, must recommit to carry the torch of solidarity and justice for each and every Namibian to enjoy the fruits of our freedom. As we unveil on this day the King Nehale Memorial Park, may the revolutionary spirit of heroism and selfless sacrifice of our heroes inspire us to march forward in spirit of an inclusive Namibian house. An inclusive Namibian house. With that, since you had already long speeches, I would like to go and join the Mukwanilwa to eventually, or later on, to unveil the most important event for which we came here for. I thank you very much.
Your Excellency, the President, thank you so much. Can I please invite the group now to come and give you the vote of thanks through their action? Thank you. With that kind of gratitude for the President, may I now ask you kindly to thikameni opo tuganjenyo mapanduro con Presidente. May I ask you to stand up so that we can thank our keynote speaker, Dr. Hage Geingob, the President of the Republic of Namibia. Nanduvo ndigoro. Thank you, thank you. Your Excellency, Mr. President, in Oshiwambo, there is a proverb where we say, "O hapudon kuruntu ihade ndururwa." What the elders say cannot be repeated. You just listen and go and execute. Therefore, I want to thank you for your well-thought, well-articulated, and excellently delivered speech, and for your gratitude and kindness for coming to grace this occasion. Thank you, Your Excellency. May I now invite Otandi Thanampano, Antumba aendamba hiwa yuvane kwa kuchota akapeo magonga, yendere yekomeho huno, mbama mwatoswa motankapewa omagonga, tukwathereni mwekomeho, nomanga tamuya tetaturonge kida, tatekuru kandanga, tupamo itare mombago emono, tate kurungandanga. Otamwende ko nimeotenda huno, itabukapitira kombinga hui.
Okay, mulu neni. Yaro, tago presidente wetu washirongo, pevi presidente wetu washirongo, tate onkwanirwa, otunapo ose papo nenge tuche imbiro, jane hae jampingana, shaya komando matanga ye ate po Namutoni. Tate maniki, ironge kidwa iripeni, Nehale jampingano nje makombo ya mfuruwa kama nehale kudumata wazili usiluruzi hoko mtima uko mwenyoha mawi momale omshia wi momarakai nehale jampingano oshendo sopantuni oshendo shanihale oshendo Antoni domaninge nekare jampingana shamba tupolembo tuena zopa Antoni tukata turo hote zomamanyaga Antoni omalumbu indere ogaronda momburi katira momondako andokanyokao tandokana ngolo ombale dihaka halisikire mulupa momo halihangeze aduni asumba shanangolo onu weza komilunga itweni kontandane hali omaliaga amtenya wananjinda choko Oshendo Antoni oshendo Oshendo, oshendo, oshendo. Oshendo, oshendo. Oshendo, oshendo, oshendo. Oshendo, oshendo. Oshendo, oshendo. Wait, 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 wait. Ngodo marenga opotua petue wamtuni jomanende kata tumapenda ko lero shikunda shandonga na ngodo apanda was born in ukule wangu nampala wa momo shantinda ngodo kamsimana kakamtekende ngodo washimana ndo kwa na nyemba akuyesha kamba amolo ngowana nyemba nantoe ushona osho mandengu 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 o mandengu mandengu iya ro tangi tangunen tangi
Tupenda te ngandango make. Can you bring the sword, please? Mr. Nakathingo, please bring the sword. The arrangement is going to work like this. Tatong Kwanirwa will be the first one to receive his sword from Tatekuru Sharikamati. Tatong Kwanirwa oe tapewa egonga jetango kutate kuru shari kamati no kuzampo no amuhemba muri mwenkwe otamuke ko gumwe no gumwe tampitire mpano tanshuna ngei tanshuna ngatango konima Ewa, nandipukure pompono, Tatong Kwanirwa, egongo tekeripewa kutate presidente, no kuzampono aihemba takarandurako, o egongo tali zikutatong Kwanirwa, taliganjwa kutatong presidente, taliganjwa yon presidente, taliganja koene Yomagonga. Thank you, Tate Guru. Oh, this is the arrangement. The president is going to give the sword, the traditional sword, to the king. His Excellency, the president, will give the sword to the king. Tate Kurushali Akamati will just hand it over to the president. And thereafter, the sword will come from the king to His Excellency, the president, and to the owners. Thank you. Ambassador Kambara otiusaro kutaton kwanirwa. Just to announce that the king is receiving the award on behalf of the royal family. Taton kwanirwa egonga hoteli pewa peha jezi moja awa.
Yaro, nkashinge yo tatu katareni ne kenoma papa tagaganjwa, ne papa yo tango tariganjwa, oje penda fure njaita unkwanirwa Nehale jampingana, ne papa njono otarikapewa mwene goma kuya tatonkwanirwa Ondonga. Omuriwete, omake, ondigoro.
Okay, media, pay attention, eh? Pay attention.
Ya, natango yaganjwa shike opo akundaneki anifo ya monompito yokuthaneka. Omweteko yaganjwa ne ondigoro mawi ependa fure Nehale yapewe papa yaganjwa kumwene kuita tate onkwanirwa. Ngutarandurako otakuganjwa epapa yonjai tangwari takomanda shivute shanjongoro otari kaganjwa taripewa mtekuru ombisofi Dr. Thomas shivute ombisofi tapewe papa yahekuru tatekuru bisopi omaka kwetu onjai tataipewa Omuyuete. Omuyuete papa yonja ishivute shanjongoro yaganjwa kombisofi Dr. Thomas Shivute. Omuyuete hoteritamba oyengo teritamba omake ondigoro yarandura kongashinge otari ganjwe papa oyondavi nampara wa momo taripewa mtakuru shari kamati. Shari kamati tapewa epapa ya hekuru he ya ina nampara wa momo. Tata shari kamati umumwete oyengote ya tambe papa ya hekuru. Oyengote ya tambe papa ya hekuru. Omake napeo make. Napeo make. Ngutarandurako otakuganjwa epapa yonkuita ngwari ya shindi yotalipewa mtekuru Mitiri Martin Elago. Mitiri Martin Elago. Mitiri Martin Elago mumwete oyengote atambe papa ya hekuru ya ngwari ya shindi. Oyengote atambe papa ya ngwari ya shindi. Eripewa. Ngwarandurako, oshiwedha shamlungu, otalitambwa ndora ku Filemon Shindi, dereo kwacho kunungundi, yotachi otalipewa papa shikongeni, na ukwapo pikucho kunungundi, ashikopuna nomati, opo etulombwela ashike paifo punomati, edhina jina tulipewa. Nongeri inafika, otatu iko meho. Papa yukure wa mlungu talipewa mtekuru meme hilma yukure rugambo okulipe nine atambe papa ya hekuru oyengotea umumwete otea atambe papa ya hekuru ngao okwelipewa meme hilma yukule papa okwelipewa oengoko omake na hakelelwa kwetu alandura kwe papa ya katauka kondo otalipewa mtekuru aina nunjomba wa katau ashikota kalewa poko mwana eino hako oyengote umumwete oyenemna waina yanunjomba kataungo teakarepwe papa ya hekuru katau kakondo okwelipewa umumwete napeo maka kwetu napeo mako manene epapa yalandurako otaliganjwa ekaku yakende omba yali hatopoka nanampara wa momo otalipewa mtekuru hofini shikongo shampa mwatara hofini shikongo enengo notea atambe papa ya hekuru ekaku yakende kwelipewa umwete shotalipewa ku presidente omaka kwetu omake alandurako umati ngwi hadhana ngwiriri ngwa anwine komea ko mshimba ngwi ashikote otaliganjwa ko mtekuru Frida David yankuita ne atambwe kwe papa ya hekuru mumwete napeo make amati mbono oyalita yumbu oyalita paturura okwelipewa umumwete okwelipewa napeo make natango napeo make otakuya ne mvika wanui nguya kwaita kuti nahikohia mendelelo omhikihia talipewa mtekuru aseri ya mviki litare we upewe papa ya hokuru mvika wanui mumwete shotea yengoka omitiri ndelewe tatambe papa ya hekuru okwelipewa mpenyo make napeo make opune papa yanambulidha mateta papa yanambulidha mateta talipewa omtekuru yakopo ya Namburi. Omumwete erenga omapapo gongoka okweripewa na peo make na tumpenyo mako okweripewa yarandura kwe papa otaria angura shonkama okunon tekuru henoka kankoshi honorable henoka kankoshi ne atambe e papa ya hekuru banandi wedepo kuja ngero wa haruye wita Antoni kongenyo kambo ka henoka kankoshi ina mumweza nekemupe okweripewa mwemona mumwete okweripewa e papa yarandura ko oyakarunde kanegongo papa ndino taripewa omtekuru yombushe karunde Tominambahu Honorable Tominambahu iri utambe papa yambushoe ya hokuru umumwete okweripewa mpenyo make na peo make okweripewa na ngono tatupe nena wahugunina itahiti kujo mapapita kaganjwa ashike mpatwa huria nena opu angura ya shekukara e papa yota jirwa ko komtekuru viriho ya angura engono omumwete otafiki paifa apewe papa ya hekuru aya kuza ombinga mita ye konjero yoshirongo oyo yatameka okweripewa omumwete na peo make ndera ejemba ya peo mapapa na peo yo makage gene bwaturwa kumwe no ndigoro no nkugiriri
Thank you, Your Excellency.
mbili oshimoshaniko mtenya nonjara okwathiwa epapa ya mpanda wa shiponeni onkuluntu gondavi otalipewa ontekuru nepando ya Sakaria ya mpanda omumwete iyaro nafike mbili okwaja ashikanu kwapo ashikotu shiku chopweri omumwete oteripewa nina eripewa mpenyo make na peo make iyaro tangi unene.
Thank you, Your Excellency. En taton kwanirwa omake we are still having a long journey to find out the family of the warriors that died here. So this year we found those family members and we have the Onkwanilwa, Taton Kwanilwa have decided to give the award. After every 3 years, we will continue to give them. We will continue to discover the family members and honor their heroes. O ndata ithashike mpano kucha otamono pwashi koma zimongono ya otatu tikire ongerero jandonga okukonga omazimo ga kwaita mbali mita ya Nehale na mbono muyashi otamvuru kutukwathera o konima omvula dhili ndatu ngasho nkwanirwa atumbura otatu katsikira nokuganja omagonga kwa mbota monikapo. We continue with the program. We are going to almost the second last of our activity here today. May I invite Ambassador Mwandingi Edi Amkongo, Vice Chairperson of Ondonga Traditional Authority, to come and give a vote of thanks. Ambassador Amkongo. Tandi thana mpano Ambassador Amkongo, tupe omapanduro kaenda etu nokuteni atuheni.
Yaro da pandura compito. Kawiri ki irandura sano. Na undari ndisi onwiri kiswa popiko cha champa osipopi osinene chapopi wa konguruntu andura ka pena emba tarandura kwishe yoka otaka oninima nando ongao utandika popsa pa ufupi ndiganje omapanduro pehara yatate onkwanirwa no yerero Ondonga. I'm going to move a vote of thanks on behalf of Tate Onkwanirwa and the Ondonga Traditional Authority. I'm doing so simply because in Oshiwambo, there is a proverb that says, wa pandora noyaka. Therefore, I wish to extend a word of gratitude to His Excellency, the President of the Republic, our head of state, and Madam, our First Lady, for gracing and dignifying this event with his eminent presence. Your Excellency, your speech, your statement was very strong and clear. Therefore, we thank you both for your time and for your statement. I also want to express the same gratitude to His Excellency, the Vice President of the Republic of Namibia, Dr. Nangolo Mbumba and Madam, also for gracing this occasion and this event with their presence. Of course, for him, he has no other way, he has to be here, unless if he was not in the country. Similarly, allow me to express the same appreciation to the Right Honorable Prime Minister and Mr. Madila, Saraku Wongerwa Madila, and Mr. Madila. We thank you for coming. Collectively, we want to express our appreciation because we feel the heavy weight of the presence of the government of the Republic of Namibia at this event through a very high-level delegation that is accompanying the president. I am going to borrow a word or two from Tate Onkwanirwa. Shwapopita ti wakali no kalire moka kwao. Tate Onkwanirwa tandi kuindire di jejere etumburonjoka. Oshoka o ndiwe te kucha itashivulika ndendurule nondi pandure padina no padina pa ugumwe no pa umwene no pa ugumwe asimane kwa aehembono irimuno. I therefore simply want to express a collective gratitude to the high table, to the traditional leaders, to the governors, to the commanders, and all of us who are here. We really feel honored that you have come to spend this day, this important day, and witness this important historical event here at Antoni Yomanenge today. Utwapandura muhe nonando itandike mupopsa pamasimano ugondondo deni ihe shikuthiko no shuvi konga kakucha utemu pandora shomwire tuhareni pamwena natse na oshomweterere uyenda auhemboka makusa momirongero deni esikundika esiku enene na utatu dimburu kwa kucha ojera tate onkwanirwa ukwatameke mombala na ukwakapewa onjira opo ehuka kombira yonkwanirwa Nehale yampingana ngoka emurukire onjira njoka enokwenda nao ano monjira moka tatudiradira kucha omomwendere akuita omapenda furengo katatuka kara twamona madina gago ngashi gashangwa koshirimbo shoka shadikwa shurike omadina gago shweri omapenda furegita ya Antoni. Onjokonona otoyuveni nena, otoyuveni ongorohi, otaichikire, ongenna tupandure o ahokorori onjokonona, mbono twakarana onena mpano, na chikire akonakone ngashi shapopiwa, yo yashange onjokonona iri monjira, oshoka no mapipi nga tuliko, nangono tagekea, mo Namibia aihe, ugapumbwa okutsea onjokonona iningwa nima ngashishika, anondoka yaningwa pomahara giri no giri gaoroka, mo Namibia. Ngeri nandipuka, ombo watumburwa euviri mu mathero mugoi nane. Ngere huno Ondonga yatameka okukonjitha ando ishimu Januari masiku 23 itandidimburukwa nana kucha aherero oyaponokera ando ishi esikulini mokahanja ihombora imwaike shokata shulike kucha icha aihembika ya popiwa mpaka yerongero kumwe yekwatathano yokupopira itunda yetu yokupopira Namibia yetu ngashi oshirongo shimwe oiri monjira utatu pandura icha aihendoka ya popiwa ondati itaniningi oshipopiwa morwa shope harajeni amuhe utapandura kwa ashihe shoka tueterure mpaka con presidente goshirongo shetu otatu pandura hemboga yali apewa inakuwanisa no yeiwanisa na tatonkwanirwa kwasanjenga ndipandure amatina akadhona mbono yarongekidha oshinima shino opo shivulike mure wamasiku ngero ogendji 10 mbono yali mewiliko lya meme Loise Pingana Shihwameni andona apewa make omanenenene ngero tashivulika omake ningo ndigoronga wenene. Ya, utatu pandurao ai hembono ya hitimo ya toda osho ya mono ehio yonkwanirwa. Tate onkwanirwa. Na njono jaka kwatirwa komehonga hinda tumbura nale kumeme shihwameni. Na mboyarongo pamwe nae mu komitie wale waturwa pauli uhetatu antu bano yarongo omtenya nusiku opo esiku ndika libulike nga hineno tumpandura utatu pandurao yarwe ahemboka ya watere situthishika o ministry yo midingoroko no matalero po environment forest and shretu pitika tuye meharandika oshoka eharandiko o yindikirwa tatu pandura mboka ya pitika tukaremo tudikemo tenda de tuningiremo situthishetu otatu pandurao ale de harandika sho ya pitika tuemo ni hauto isika behempoka inatu futasha otatu pandurao atupandurao ahemboka yakara tainyenge mpaka opo osituthishika shipite shirim mengungumano ano ngashi omatanga ngoga haga komandwa ko komanda dikadri mpaka lo polisi negameno joka aluhe yakara mpaka tatupandurao mboka yetupe omea se tuai hatepo se tatupandura ahemboka inekererwa inimaime ko kombisa no shotu o logística ije yabora ko kwaterwamo ni chambino pitikinje ndihurempo no manga o inima ije tweu ina omgo yo ina utoe ina ikanisa omgo wao tangi unene.
Tangi, Tata Ambassador. Tatumpenye make. Your Excellency, Mr. President, this event was fully funded by the Ondonga community and the Friends of Ondonga. The Ondonga community of close to 500 people contributed to this event from their pocket to the tune of close to 300,000 Namibian dollars. Omake, it was not funded by Ondonga Traditional Authority or by the Republic of Namibia, the government. It was by the Ondonga people themselves. They thought it was worth it, and it is indeed worth it. Tangitanga Ondonga, no ferende da Ondonga shomwe tukwathere oposituthi shino shithike pano shipite. May I now invite Elenga Tate Johnny Walenga to come and guide on the unveiling. But for now, Your Excellency, may I invite you with Tate Onkwanilwa. You are changing instruction. Oh, okay. May I now invite you to stand up. And sing the AU anthem and the Namibia national anthem. Thank you. May I now have the pleasure to invite His Excellency Dr. Hage Gottfried Geinkob, Tate Onkwanirwa, and the higher table delegation to go to the memorial. All of us may remain seated, must remain seated. Take over.
Okay, let us just remain in our positions. The President and the King are going to unveil it now. And no one else is allowed to go on the pavement, please. No one else to go on the pavement. Let us allow the King and the President to do us the honor of unveiling it. And where is the representative of the Quoper? I'm not seeing him near the chiefs there. The representative of, oh, okay. Is this mic on? Okay. Okay. Help. Thank you. Maybe we'll help you.
Just help him there if it's okay.
Oh, because she wrote my Your Excellency, Tatonkwanirwa ngashinga wati okalimbaka burukutu monjaba oshinakuwanithongwewe shipelwe ondwete kuchakapu nawe nguta buruku faturura oshima shiri komeho mpano evule Tatonkwanirwa nesimane kwetate ufaturure ulombwele president kucho shike shiri mpa.
Yaro tango nene ashkonda haramango ku popso shipopi wa maere shimwe ashipopi waka kuruntu tati ihampopi ongano ina mutumbura mu mathithi Medusalem kulipeni Medusalema kulipeni nongero kepo kashina shironga Oh, enguno ira. Onde muithana shashi kwali tandiganja o taska antu ya ronge ye ondali ndempe omwezi umwe opwakale tapo emanya ndita tupaturwe niena ashike mure wiki 3 okwaropoterenje tati aye tatekuru ondamana otwekupandura tangu nene tsikira nokushiningira yarwe edhina joe oja imonjokonono tange shimwashike shambita ihoroka kemanya ndino tevuru kufaturura imwe ondiwete omuyishinale efano jomkwanirwa okaimambero tika jeminga. Hello. Yeah. O efano jomkwa ehareja pingana talimonika pano ondiwete otalika horoka nawa konima ethimbo shiripevi oshinyorwa shono shakoutinga icha mbi ali apopi pethimbo akwita yagaruka kwa Antoni otamuyangane mwileshereko nene shokwalinda pewa oshinakuwanithwa atokwanirwa nota yali yathaneke nkene emanya lino kukara monthoromo wajo apuranje noyati ando kukaro shanda no niga dhongombe oshoka mbino oyo yali irongithwa ethimbo antu taadhiradhira icha ya Antoni ano omiya dhetu oruingaro ngombe omomwali hanturo mbinzi taitirwa kondungu yoshanda ngero shateka nena otakutiwa ita otairua ndere otatukakanitha akwito enji ngashimwe shuvu ngeli nashiteka nena ae hokata kuiwa otakukathiwa yana yakwetu yarara inatukanithacha ano mandhindhiriko getu geno kukarapu tangone ndamana nareku
otuviko tomuhoronga etampura onimongwaniru yakuinimo izine paife mpano otakuthako ngano geligali okunaro madhina gomandengu gagalimpa komamanya gehengo geligali aiho yambara oh okay aiho yambara Your Excellency, with the governor, joined by the governor, you may want to stand here for a quick snap. Or you guys don't want that photo? I will invoice you accordingly. Come on, governor. Remember. Yeah. Cooper. On the other side, eh? Go and stand on the other side. Okay, Your Excellency, just for 1 second, the mask. For a proper picture, quickly. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. Yeah, and the Corona move fast. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Yeah, those they belong to the Palace Commemoration. Nimaya itwa ejemplo. Pamoja kusani bwana malenga. people. Yeah, you guys can stand there quickly. Natuendeleni, quickly. Another picture, please. Thank you. Hi, Kidish.
Umanga antu takusoma sano otanditseitsa mpano kucha ongashinga tweni monjira njino chongana tutamekeni okulongera kumwe twetheni oshendo shompresidente wetweni osho shietango tashilandulwa konkwanirwa tate onkwanirwa takulandula vice president takulandula prime minister and other dignitaries. Okuza mpano shanga oshendo shakurundu shafiki kona Antoni foda atuhetuheni otuithaneni komwihaguli kona Antoni shotatuthikeni kona Antoni otatu adhikwa antumbwa taetuirikeni kucha otatukeni peni otatu tseitha onge ikucha tukaleni motenda manga aenda tai tukaleni motenda hantu inyenga manga otakutuange ikucha hantu athigapo okandini komea nosho tu njino national park mo park hamuningoro italinga no mo Namibia nditatu ningenyoro italinga kehe gumwe tukwatha okusepo okandini koe mopaki hamwe yanhingirirwa papitirako kilometro 50 ano puna mbwanwa mwa Monica tanhingirire natijo pweli tena tu shuneni nombili otwapewe nyashike ompito yokuyamuka no kushuna ko magumbo